Hello, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon to those of you on the East Coast. My name is Catherine Allen, and I'm the Director of Marketing Communications here at Home Care Assistance, the largest private pay provider of in-home care for seniors in North America. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to everyone on this webinar and thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to join us for what is sure to be an empowering, engaging, and valuable 4.5 hours with 5 renowned experts in Alzheimer's disease and brain health from our expansive global community of advocates. At Home Care Assistance, Alzheimer's disease awareness is something that is very important to us. Alzheimer's disease is often called a family disease because of the chronic stress brought on by watching a loved one slowly decline. In our line of business, we see this every day as 1/3 of our clients have some form of cognitive decline, and we are often brought in to provide aging in place caregiving solutions for those living with dementia and support for family caregivers who face an elevated risk of burnout. This is a disease that has no cure and currently affects nearly 50 million people worldwide. In fact, every 65 seconds, someone develops Alzheimer's disease. For these reasons, we have close partnerships with leading experts and organizations in this field, such as Maria Shriver's Women's Alzheimer's Movement, and are committed to educating the public, supporting world-class neurology research, and doing our part to provide programs, prevention tips, and caregiving services to champion brain health and overall well-being for seniors and caregivers everywhere. Today's virtual conference will include 5 segments, starting with a live session of our widely popular MindFit series designed to engage and exercise the brain. Next up is a talk by Dr. Mobley highlighting a pilot study he and his team conducted at the Sanford Institute for Empathy and Compassion at UC San Diego, using online meditations to increase social connectedness and reduce depression and stress, which is especially relevant and useful in this current climate. Attendees will then participate in a chef-led interactive cooking class where they will learn how to prepare 5 new brain-healthy recipes before joining Dr. Isaacson for a discussion on the state of Alzheimer's disease and prevention methods. The convention will wrap up with a talk by Dr. Schatz on the science of brain health, the role of vascular factors, sleep in brainwashing, why the gut is the 6th sense and diet matters, how awe and inspiration grow the brain, and more. And with that, I am now going to introduce our first presenter, Michelle Weil, who is Client Care Manager and MindFit Facilitator out of our La Jolla, California office. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
There you are. Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Here, let me join you. Hi.
Hello.
All right.
Always nice
Well,
not to be the only one on screen.
Exactly. Well, anyways, just a quick background about Michelle. She's worked in the senior care world for over 10 years and is passionate about helping seniors age well. After completing her master's degree in social work with a focus on mental health and geriatrics, Michelle worked in the greater Boston area to support families caring for a loved one with neurodegenerative health issues as they navigated the healthcare system and changing family dynamics. In her current role as client care manager and MindFit facilitator, Michelle is driven by a belief that each person's life history provides a roadmap to care and loves working with our clients to build from their unique experiences to enhance well-being in mind, body, and spirit. And so before Michelle gets started, I just want to remind everyone there is a chat box on your toolbar for questions. So please feel free to type those in here. We're going to reserve the last 10 minutes or so, depending on how much time we have, for question and answer with Michelle. So with that, Michelle, I'm going to make you the presenter.
Great.
And
Okay. Thank you,
I'm
Catherine.
going to sign off for now. So thank you. Take it away.
Okay. Is everyone seeing the screen that I've shared?
Yes.
Hopefully, wonderful. Okay. Just want to confirm that before I go on. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining me in this conference today. I'm very honored and excited to be presenting on our MindFit program, which I get to lead every week with groups in the San Diego area. So I'm going to start us off by just giving a little bit of background. And this is my information slide has changed these days. And Catherine gave you a little bit of information on my history and background in terms of a professional context. One thing that I thought was relevant to bring up on a conference about World Alzheimer's Day is in the last 6 months, I think a lot of us have shifted and we've brought a little bit more of the personal into our professional settings as well. And I really appreciated and I'm grateful for this shift because it's extended into our MindFit classes. So normally on this slide, you would see a nice headshot, and I tell you a little bit about my professional and educational background. Catherine's already done that. But I thought this was important to show because so many of our participants and older adults that we're working with are now facing what I would say is an epidemic of isolation and loneliness. And in our professional opportunities, when we bring in a little bit more of the personal, I've started in our MindFit classes, I'll bring my son in to sing songs for the class. These are some pictures that I shared a couple weeks ago from a trip that my family took up to the Redwoods. And I've just found that it really helps to build connection in this kind of new world that we're faced with, where we don't get to always do the face-to-face connection and we're doing everything from behind a screen. So a little shift that we've had in our MindFit classes that I thought was an interesting piece to start with today. So the MindFit program, and I started with home care assistance about 4 years ago. At that time, we were implementing the MindFit program largely as a one-on-one activities program called Cognitive Therapeutics, which we still do in some form today, but we've largely shifted to the MindFit group program because we found that we get to also add in a socialization component, which is very important for brain health and keeping ourselves healthy as we age. So MindFit is part of the balanced care method, which is home care assistance is a holistic approach to healthy aging. And I think this is especially a good fit to talk about on World Alzheimer's Day because, and I'm sure as our speakers will get more into the health dynamics and the research that's going on right now, we know that there isn't a magical pill. There's not, something that we can take to make this go away. And a lot of the approach to brain health and brain healthy aging and Alzheimer's prevention is looking at lifestyle factors. So we modeled our balanced care method on a lifestyle approach as well. And these areas, while they overall provide improvement and enhancement in general quality of life. They also follow along with the principles and tenets of brain healthy aging. All of these areas have a positive impact when we're addressing them proactively on our brain health. So certainly there's cognitive stimulation, keeping our minds active and healthy, physical activity, nutrition, a sense of calm, and social engagement, which I mentioned a little bit earlier. The MindFit program is underneath our cognitive stimulation domain, but we also bring in these other factors as well as just simple educational pieces to touch on that holistic approach. And there's certainly a lot of social engagement when we do our classes. So, MindFit focuses on, so MindFit class is a class that typically is done in person with anywhere from 5 to 25 seniors. I think we've gone up to 30 people before. And we really, in this class, we focus on novelty and challenge. So I'm always bringing in new activities. We want to switch things up. And we talk a lot about how that's a really important principle in keeping our brains healthy and our minds fit, is trying new things. Go to a new lecture, take an art class if you haven't before, learn French. A lot of participants will come in and say, well, I do the crossword puzzle every day, or I always do a Sudoku puzzle. And what I tell them is that's wonderful. If that brings you joy and you love to do the crossword puzzle and you feel really good about doing crossword puzzles, keep doing that. But make sure you're also adding in something new as well, because that's where our brain gets a chance to grow and change, is when we're creating those new connections. We're asking our brain to work and solve problems in a different way. So we really focus on things that are new, learning about new topics, and challenging our brains in different ways. The MindFit class is a failure-free class, which I think is why people keep coming back, is it's a really fun space to just throw out a crazy answer that you came up with. And most of our questions are structured in a way where there isn't specific right or wrong answers. Or if there's not, I give points for creativity. So we always find a way to just encourage people to get your brain working, think of new ideas. So it's a fun way to lead a class. MindFit is also very focused on socializing and reminiscing. A lot of the content may connect to different aspects of life that our clients have been through. We use songs from the past, movie references, even talking about past world leaders or politicians, things that really are interesting and activating conversation amongst our participants. And we also do it very in a targeted way, where we have questions that pop up on some of our slides. We always have a little piece of education, just a simple takeaway of maybe it's a breathing technique to promote calmness. It might be just a reminder, especially during the summertime, the impact of dehydration on our cognition and our cognitive health. So just reminding people to make sure they're drinking enough fluids and water. And then we also have care partner tools, where we know people are doing this group often with a care partner. And so by them witnessing what it looks like to do failure-free activities and reminiscing, they're getting the opportunity to then take those pieces into their life as well at home when they're not in the MindFit program. So those are the basic ways that we're looking to impact our participants' mind fitness in the Mind Fit class. So something we do to break up our classes, sometimes if I feel like the class is getting a little bit stale, is we'll do some just simple activities to kind of get your mind thinking of something else, take a pause. So I'm going to ask everyone at home right now that's watching or at your office, wherever you are, to do one of these activities. We're putting up one finger on one hand, you could do your left hand, and 5 fingers on your right hand. And we're simply going to switch. And I think I like doing these activities because I'm not very good at them. So I feel like it's a good challenge for me. But basically we're switching, and you have to think about it a little bit. You know, some people, they really get this right away. But as you're doing these activities and you're focusing on this, you'll notice your mind gets a little bit of a break from all the stressors of the day or whatever it is that you might be distracted by, and you simply have to focus on changing from one hand to the next. So if you find yourself getting stuck throughout the day, sometimes I like to just do these to kind of shake off whatever's going on. All right, and you can see how you get faster as you do it time and time again. So we'll do a couple of those throughout the program. Basically, for the next 20, 30 minutes, I'm just going to take us through a MindFit class. So I hope that people will join along at home, and you can type your answers into the chat box. So these classes are usually in person and pretty dynamic. I have people calling out lots of answers, talking over top of each other. And I will say we've switched to a Zoom format, a live class on Zoom recently to do the MindFit classes. And it has been one of the most wonderful experiences that I've had in the last 6 months. I did a class a week ago with 5 participants from a building that has assisted living and skilled nursing. And so it was a mixed group in terms of what level they were on. And it was people who knew each other. And so now they're getting to connect face to face, no mask on. And really our whole benefit of that class was just getting to socialize and see people and see each other. So we are continuing this in the times of our current pandemic. And if you're interested in this, in the MindFit program, you can reach out to home care assistants in your area and ask them about different opportunities. So we're going to start with alphabet soup. Usually we start with this as our warm-up. And again, feel free to answer in the chat section. Catherine will let me know any answers that are coming in. I'm also just going to kind of fill in what our participants would normally call out, so you get a feel for the class. All right, so our exercise is alphabet soup. We're just trying to come up with a word that connects to the category for each letter of the alphabet. And we'll start off with words related to education. So you can get pretty creative with this. And I'm gonna put some up on the screen here. So for example, if we're doing words related to education for A, we could do art. How about words related to education starting with the letter B? Words related to education starting with the letter B.
I'm getting some answers.
Oh, good. Okay, and you can jump around. Catherine, what do you have so far?
So far, I'm seeing book and brain
excellent.
development.
Book?
Oh,
that's
nice.
one. brain, as in brain development,
biology,
biology.
blackboard.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
And this is typically about how our class will go. If we have, you know, maybe 10 participants, we'll get a couple of answers for each question. And the nice thing about this exercise as well is that we're implementing this class in oftentimes a mixed setting where people come to us with anything from no cognitive impairment to mild, moderate, even up to advanced cognitive impairment. And a lot of these exercises are designed so that people can process at different speeds what the question is, and they get to see examples of what people are coming up with, so they can take clues from that of how to follow the instructions. But if someone was processing a little bit slower, they might, you know, start working on the letter H, and by the time the rest of the class gets there, they've got an answer. And vice versa. Or somebody might just, something pops into their head that starts with an M and they call out that answer, and that's fine. We bounce around, we don't follow our instructions specifically. It's all part of that failure-free approach. So how about letter C? Catherine, did anything come in for C yet?
It's starting to come in. So I have, oh, 2 people said the same thing. Calculus.
Oh, excellent.
Cognitive.
I'm running out of room here. Cognitive.
Oh, calculator.
Calculator.
Class.
Oh, these are great answers.
Curriculum. Don't know how many you want. Chemistry.
Yeah. Excellent. Those are great. How about we skip over to the next, we'll do one in the next column since I'm running out of room. How about words related to education starting with the letter M? Words related to education starting with the letter M.
Math.
Excellent.
Oh, this is a good one. Matriculate.
Oh, wonderful. You are testing my spelling early in the morning. I always tell my classes, I started this program, started implementing this program in a independent living where participants get very competitive, and it's a little bit of a cutthroat class, and they point out to me every single time that I spell a word wrong. And I always tell them I was just checking to see if you were paying attention. But the participants definitely keep you on your toes in the MindFit class, which is wonderful. Any other M's?
Mentoring in Montessori.
Oh, excellent. Mentor.
Montessori. Metric.
Wow, these are great answers. So in the interest of time, I'm going to move on because we've got lots of different exercises I'd love to show you. But we came up with great answers here. These are some options that are already in the program, but I loved our answers. And these are some sample alphabet soup categories as well. So again, I said we always try to be a partner to our care partners and give them tools that they can take these exercises and implement them at home with their loved ones when they're not at the MindFit class. So I'll make sure Catherine gets this out to everyone, especially if you're in a community. This is a great, exercise you can do without any resources. And you can scale it to whether you're working in a memory support setting or an independent living setting, just by what category you pick. Okay, so our next exercise is called Picture Word Search. And again, a lot of these exercises focus on language. And again, we just tend to have a lot of fun being creative. I always suggest, get as creative as you can with these. We take a painting from a well-known artist, and we're trying to come up with words that start with a specific letter. So for this painting, they've given us P or S. So if anyone can see in this painting items or objects that start with P or S, and you can get a little bit abstract. So if you see an emotion or an action, you can also call that out or chat it out to Catherine, and I'll circle it the best I can here. Does anyone see anything that starts with a P or an S?
So I have pot, pan.
Okay. Pot and pan.
Painter.
No, we've got a painter.
Painting.
Painting. Excellent. Any S's?
Suit.
Yes, we've got a suit here.
Someone said sieve.
What is it?
Sieve. Maybe is that a strainer? Is that the same thing?
A sieve? Yes.
Sieve. Now we're testing my my reading comprehension. A sieve, yes, that's correct. Sugar, spoon, spatula.
Okay, spatula. Excellent. So we typically come up with maybe 20 or 30 answers. I've been amazed at what people come up with for these exercises. Can anyone think of something that's more abstract? Maybe an emotion that someone's feeling in the painting. The woman and man look like they're having some strong emotions there.
I think
the painter looks a little like he looks almost a little serene.
I think surprise, shock, stress.
Oh, excellent. Somber. Yes, definitely shocked and stressed.
Serious.
Someone the other week said perturbed. Serious is a good one. Excellent. And again, this is an exercise that it's easy to do this in a failure-free manner. We want to always encourage participation. So I get pretty creative about how I connect things that people come up with if it's a little bit of a unexpected answer. And then I mentioned we also always try to turn these exercises into a socializing opportunity. So we often have these little pop-ups called Talk About It. And the question here that they're prompting you for is, have you ever taken on a home improvement project? And if you did, how did it go? Were you ever feeling like the people in this painting? And we get really great responses in our classes. So in the interest of time, I won't ask anyone to respond to that, but that gives you a little feel for how these exercises go. And I'm going to skip forward just so we can get through a few other exercises. There's also, I mentioned, always a emphasis on learning and resources. So here we've got a slide on our artist spotlight. So the gentleman who painted those last few pictures, his name was Stephen Dejanos. And he actually worked in a steel mill and then took art classes at night and worked his way up to creating covers for Saturday Evening Post. And you can check out more of his illustrations at the link there. And oftentimes in class, we'll go off off plan and we just look up things online. We check out more of his paintings. There's lots of different opportunities for that. Oh, we've got another hand movement exercise just to break up our exercises. So this one, let's see. I have to move my screen so I can actually see it. Okay, we're doing a OK symbol and a peace symbol, and we're switching them. Okay, so I'm switching back and forth. And you can see that you have to really concentrate on this. It's hard to do while you're talking. So you can imagine if you're just focusing on this, you can go a little bit faster. Let's see. All right, so there's our little break in between exercises. And oftentimes this also gets us laughing in class. Inevitably, we struggle with these and they like to laugh at me as I'm trying to do them. And we know laughter is also a great workout, part of our workout for the mind and all the benefits that come with it. So I think more so than taking a break, sometimes this is just about getting us laughing during class. All right, we've got another exercise called Title Challenge. And I'm going to give you an example of a famous or popular book title that's been altered. And so this one is The Unattractive Mallard. And basically we're using synonyms to recreate a title. But as we're processing what we've been asked to do, again, our brain and our cognition, we're coming up with a pathway forward. How do I solve this task? How do I get an answer to this question? And as we exercise our brains in that way, in a new challenge, we're giving our brain a workout. And that's the whole principle behind MindFit. So The Unattractive Mallard is actually a famous children's book. I'll give you a hint there. And oftentimes the way that we differentiate this program at different levels of cognition for our participants is just by giving more hints to help people get to where they need to be. So, The Unattractive Mallard is a children's book. Does anyone have a guess on what that children's book might be? The Unattractive Mallard. And I'll give us this one.
The Ugly Duckling?
Yes, that one is The Ugly Duckling. Very good. So we usually do a couple examples together. All right, so we're going to do a few more of these. It is The Ugly Duckling. Okay, and these could be books. I think there's some songs, there's movies as well. How about the first one? Can anyone get the number one is Tiny Ladies?
Little Women.
Yes, Tiny Ladies is Little Women. How about God of the Bugs?
This one is trickier.
You often read this book in middle school.
Oh, it's coming in. Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies. Yes, you got it. How about A Story About Multiple Metropolises?
I must say, Mary Lou is really good. She has a lot of answers.
Thank you, Mary Lou.
Tale of Two Cities.
What we often find, we do a lot of different, maybe 5 to 8 exercises in each class. And usually there's 1 or 2 participants that just excel in a certain exercise. And the nice thing is, because we're moving it around, some have more visual clues, some are more creative, some are based in language. People all seem to find their niche. And So we get a more robust class in that way. And I think everybody usually leaves feeling good about their participation. So did anyone get number 3?
Oh, yes, A Tale of Two Cities.
Tale of Two Cities, you got it. How about a portion prefer heat? A portion prefer heat. And this
I'm getting 2 answers from a lot of people. I'm getting Singing in the Rain, and I'm also getting Some Like It Hot.
Okay, well, those are both correct. Number 4 is Some Like It Hot, and number 5 is Singing in the Rain.
Oh,
How about 6 and 7, The Paternal Deity and It's a Great Existence? We can do those at the same time. Does anyone have an answer for either of those?
So, okay. Father of the Bride, I'm getting The Godfather, It's a Wonderful Life.
Very good. They're looking for The Godfather and It's a Wonderful Life. So something about fathers in that one. Very good. All right. And we probably have time to do maybe one more exercise. So I'm going to skip ahead, but you can also do this in reverse. And this is one of our tools, again, for care partners. You could grab some books from your library or movies, or look up a list of movies online and try to go through and create alternate titles. So it's something, you know, again, you don't need resources to do this. You can apply this exercise in various settings and see what you can come up with. It's really fun. Okay, one of our staples, and we'll probably end with this exercise. One of our staples in MindFit is called Quiz 100. And it's an open-ended question, and we come up with great answers. This also gets us laughing quite often when people come up with really creative answers. But we're looking for 5 answers to the following question. Name something you might lose. Name something you might lose.
My mind, my eyelashes, my keys, my glasses.
My mind.
Oh, this one's funny.
But eyelashes. Teeth. I'm good. We've got Catherine laughing already. Glasses, definitely.
My dentures.
Dentures.
Cell phone. Guilty of that one.
Phone, yep. How about this is one that happens for me quite often because I drive a lot for work, so I'm going different places. And sometimes I'll drive to the same location multiple times throughout the day, and I am constantly losing this. Can anyone think of what that might be that I'm losing if I'm driving around a lot? What might I be losing? Probably my mind if I'm driving in San Diego traffic.
Yep, someone said your mind. Time, way, sense of direction.
This is something we don't have up on the screen yet. And I'm doing this questioning as kind of an example of how I might draw out some ideas if a class is quieter or they're having a little bit more difficulty coming up with some ideas. You feed a little bit more of a clue or a direction. So if I'm driving around a lot and I'm parking in different places, what's something that I might lose?
I'm getting a lot of your keys.
What is it?
You might lose your keys? Keys.
Yes, you might lose your keys, and I do that plenty of times.
Oh, you might lose your car.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. You might lose your car. So again, this is kind of how we move the through the program if people are having difficulty coming up with answers, or if it's a newer group and they're just getting used to how to participate in this. Okay, name something you open every day. Name something you open every day.
Door.
Door.
A lot of door. Eyes.
Eyes.
Email.
Mail.
Mouth.
Mouth. Excellent.
The refrigerator door or the fridge.
Yes. Fridge.
Toothpaste.
Toothpaste, hopefully, yes.
Heart. I like that one.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Hopefully we open our hearts every day. All right, excellent answers. Let's see what they had. They have door, mouth, eyes, mail, and your mind. So we got quite a few of those. All right, name a reason why someone might be running. Name a reason why someone might be running.
I'm getting fear, afraid, exercise. They have to use the restroom. They're running late. They're late.
And I always like to see in our groups, you can always find a couple of class clowns. And I love to see that because I feel like these are people who are just waiting for an opportunity to make someone laugh. And one of the, only thing that's better than laughing yourself is when you get to make someone else laugh. And so a lot of this class, and the reason why we have such good participation in it, is we're constantly laughing at ourselves, at our answers, because a lot of the questions are open-ended. You can create funny answers and be creative. It makes for a really great program. And I know we're just about out of time, so I'm gonna cut us off at this exercise. And typically we end all of our classes with a tip or exercise from one of the other areas of the balanced care method. So we're not just staying in the cognitive stimulation. So one exercise, and it's actually something that's highlighted we have a resource for care partners that focuses on self-care and taking care of yourself as you care for a loved one. And one of the exercises in there that I really like, and I'll end with this, is called square breathing. And so I would practice this with my MindFit class at the end. And you're simply gonna think about, and you can draw it with your hand as well if that helps, a square as you're breathing. And it just gives you a moment to focus on breathing and taking pause. So I'll give a demonstration as I would in my MindFit class. So we're gonna breathe in with each side. Each breath in and out, you're gonna move around the sides of a square. So it'll look like this. And so we'd end our class with something along those lines. And again, it might be a tip just reminding people to make sure they're getting enough water and staying hydrated. It might be, sometimes we end just with a joke, encouraging people to connect to a funny movie or, something that makes them laugh throughout the week. So, Catherine, I know we're right at time. I don't know if we want to maybe wait with questions until a later time, or feel free to ask any questions now. Catherine will certainly put my contact information in the follow-up of this program, and you can reach out directly.
Yep.
Catherine?
Yeah, no, first off, Michelle, thank you. That was a lot of fun. What a great way to kick off today. I feel like my mind is stimulated and primed and ready to learn a lot more today from the other speakers. But and thank you to all the attendees, and thank you for participating. I definitely know who the class clowns are. When you said that, Mary Lou, I'm calling you out again. You're funny. We should be friends.
That's great.
Anyways, so that was fantastic. So yes, I will be sending a follow-up email tomorrow with all of the, Michelle's contact information. Michelle does do a bi-weekly MindFit series that we have on our YouTube channel playlist and on our website. So I will share those links tomorrow. So all of you can access that. They're pre-recorded. She does them every other week. They're fantastic. I know a lot of you are asking, how can we learn more about this program? Also reaching out to your local office because we do this in most of our locations. So with that, thank you very much, Michelle. And
thank you.
I will talk to you later. We're going to transition.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for participating. That's what makes the class great. So it was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. All right, so we are going to transfer over to Dr. Mobley. Dr. Mobley, I'm making you the presenter. Are you there?
I'm here.
Do you want to share your webcam? There you are.
Yeah. Can you see me?
Can't see you yet, but I can hear you and I can see your screen.
I'm not sure how to share the screen with you. So is it on already?
Yep, so the screen is on. And if you wanted to share your webcam in your toolbar where it says webcam, you can say share if you would like to do that. Otherwise, we could show your slides.
Can you see that?
Yep, I think you're popping up. Looks like for some reason it's black. Well, that's okay. I'm going to click. If we don't have your webcam, that's okay. We can just do your slides. But I want to first give you an introduction before you start.
Okay.
All right. Well, we're going to transition on over, and thank you all for your patience as we navigate this for the first time. I'm really honored to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Mobley. He's the Associate Dean of Neurosciences Initiatives and the Interim Director of the Sanford Institute for Empathy and Compassion at UC San Diego. He also serves as Executive Director of UCSD's Down Syndrome Center for Research and Treatment and holds the Florence Reiford Chair of Alzheimer's Disease Research. Dr. Mobley's research is focused on degenerative diseases of the central nervous system, especially Down syndrome and Alzheimer's disease. He is a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians and the American Association for Advancement of Science. Dr. Mobley received both the Zenith Award and the Temple Award from the Alzheimer's Association and the Coetzee Award from the American Academy of Neurology. He currently serves as Chair of Science and Clinical Advisory Committee of the National Down Syndrome Society and is President-elect of the Trisomy 21 Research Society. And with that, Dr. Mobley, I'm going to let you take it away from here. And just to remind everyone, please chat your questions into the chat box as you have them based on what Dr. Mobley is presenting on, and we will reserve the last 10 or 15 minutes for him to address those questions and open it up for discussion. So with that, I will let you take it away, Dr. Mobley.
Okay, thank you. Can you see the slide then, Catherine?
Yep, I can see the slide.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for inviting me to attend and talk about some ideas about Alzheimer's disease and where we stand in the moment and how we're going to move from where we are to a better place when it comes to treating Alzheimer's disease. These are my disclosures. Nothing I'm going to talk about really touches on these disclosures, but I did want to present them to you. Those in kind of the yellowish print are those most relevant to today's presentation. But again, nothing directly from them will impact what I'm going to say. Okay, so what about Alzheimer's disease? This is an oncoming epidemic. We've already got the COVID epidemic in front of us, but this is an epidemic that's been coming at us for some time. It's a common age-related disorder. It involves the insidious onset of memory impairment followed by progressive compromise of cognition, disintegration of personality, and eventually death. And now I've just lost my slide, which is not good.
I can see it on this side, Dr. Mobley.
Okay,
it's still up on
great.
the screen.
Good. We don't have an effective disease-modifying treatment. The treatments we have are symptomatic. They can briefly and to some extent enhance learning and memory, and that's very helpful for many patients, but we don't have any treatment that modifies the disease. And this is an epidemic because while there are 6 million in the US now that are affected, more than 12 million are predicted to be affected in 2040 with the aging of the population. And the yearly cost of care will be greater than $1 trillion. Think about that. The economy of whole countries will eventually be what is necessary to spend to care for people with Alzheimer's disease. And not such a very long time from now, as few as 20 years. Currently, there's about 60 million in the world. And again, that number is destined to rise. So how do we prevent this epidemic? So we need to understand better the underlying biology. We need to discover treatments that target the mechanisms that we can discover using basic science. We need to translate those discoveries into clinical application and test promising treatments in well-powered clinical trials. Can't emphasize enough the importance of carefully constructed clinical trials to teach us how to go forward. And we need new methods for diagnosis so that we can make this diagnosis much earlier in people's lives so that we can intervene early. So I thought I'd talk about the pathology of Alzheimer's and some clues to the cause. So we have some insights that I think are very useful. The first is that the size of the brain is markedly reduced. It becomes atrophic. Under the microscope, we see certain markers, and we'll show examples of those, plaques and tangles and changes in endosomes. These are all features of the Alzheimer's disease brain. When we look even more carefully, we see at the microscopic level that these points of contact between neurons, called synapses, are falling apart. Neurons are being lost, they're dying, and we can also see a reduction in brain metabolic activity. We know over the last 10 or 15 years much more about toxic species in the brain that are produced in Alzheimer's disease and that cause the damage. We don't know enough about how they work, but we know they're there. Excuse me. And there's also genetic risk factors that help us understand the process of the disease. So let's look a little bit at this critical part of the brain called the synapse. It's the connection between two neurons, and I'm going to use my laser pointer here. I hope you can see it. This is a place where this neuron talks to this neuron. So this is the end of a process called an axon in a neuron, and it releases neurotransmitter to act on the next neuron in the circuit. It's a critical process supported by a very delicate and complex machine. And the point to make here is that these synapses are falling apart, are not working in Alzheimer's disease. So a little bit more about the neurobiology. A neuron consists of three parts. There's a cell body, that contains the nucleus. It has these little spiky projections called dendrites, and it has a long process called an axon. And it's when that axon touches or nearly touches another neuron at the synapse that information flow can occur. So notice there's a synapse from neuron 1 to neuron 2, and then here at the end of the axon between neuron 2 and neuron 3. Now, importantly, information flows in neurons, both from the cell body to the synapse and from the synapse back to the cell body. So both anterograde and retrograde flow. And part of that retrograde flow is a very important concept here. Neuron 3 here actually nourishes neuron 2 through the release of trophic factors that are taken up by neuron 2 and transported all the way back to the cell body in something we call the signaling endosome. This is something we study in our laboratory, terribly critical for maintaining the relationship between this neuron and for keeping this neuron healthy and functional. So now let's look at the synapse again. Let's realize that there's a flow of information both from the cell body to the next neuron in the circuit and from the second neuron in the circuit back to this neuron. A two-way flow of information. That's critical for normal maintenance of synaptic function, but it's abnormal in Alzheimer's disease. Now, one manifestation of that is the marked atrophy of the brain. So you can see on the left side a healthy brain. Notice this sort of surface, kind of brownish stain. This is the cortex, and this is where you do your thinking. And a particularly important part of the cortex is right down here, and this is called the hippocampus. This is the place where short-term memory is made possible. Now let's look at the right side. Notice that the brain is overall shrunken, the cortex is thinner, the spaces between these lobules is greater, these spaces within the brain called ventricles are larger, and notice here that that little hippocampus, which is so beautiful here, is almost missing in the advanced Alzheimer's brain. When we look at the microscopic level at that cortex, we see that it's chock full of neurons, but it's also in the AD brain, chock full of these little dark brown structures. And these are amyloid plaques. They're accumulations of this peptide called A-beta. And in sheathing that gluey mess are the processes, the axons and the dendrites from neurons nearby. So amyloid plaques are characteristic of Alzheimer's disease. Then one looks a little bit off to the side, one sees these very dark threads, individually seen, but also in the cell bodies of neurons. These are tangles, neurofibrillary tangles, and they're made of a protein called phosphorylated tau. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then finally, very carefully looking here, the little black dots are enlarged endosomes. Remember I talked about signaling endosomes. Well, they're abnormal. And in Alzheimer's disease, they actually contain the same A-beta peptide that one sees in the plaque. So what do we have? Here we have A-beta. It's the product of a larger protein. And this A-beta peptide is found in plaques, in endosomes, and it's also found in toxic complexes that poison the neurons in which it's found and the neurons in the circuit in which it participates. The tau protein is normally a very helpful protein that keeps these sort of highways within the neuron intact, but in Alzheimer's disease it becomes phosphorylated, modified in a way that phosphate molecules are added. And tau then, converted to p-tau, is present in tangles and again in toxic soluble complexes. One thinks of APP and its product ABB, A-beta in soluble complexes, and tau and its phosphorylated protein derivative called p-tau in toxic complexes as absolutely essential to the pathogenesis, to the cause, if you will, of Alzheimer's disease. So back to our synapse, we have p-tau clogging up the axon, we have A-beta destroying synaptic function, and we have these traffic jams of endosomes. preventing this neuron from sending its trophic messages back to the cell body of this neuron. The net result is quite a sick neuron and a sick brain. And the genetics of Alzheimer's disease help us understand that these factors that I'm mentioning are quite significant. So here we're looking at a diagram in which we're looking at the frequency in the population versus the risk of Alzheimer's disease. And there are three clusters of genes. These genes here are variants. There are small changes in these genes that are very common and that create a little bit of risk for Alzheimer's disease. Very, very common and seen in very careful genetic studies done over the last decade or so. Another cluster of genes cause Alzheimer's disease, even though they're very rare. And note that the protein that we've talked about called APP, when mutated, causes Alzheimer's disease. And mutations in presenilin 1 and 2, which process APP to make that A beta peptide, they're also causative when mutated of Alzheimer's disease. Notice here that Down syndrome, which has an extra copy of normal APP, causes Alzheimer's disease. This other cluster sits here. They're relatively infrequent, but they're relatively more powerful than many other factors in causing Alzheimer's disease. And notice here that 2 copies of APOE4, and to a lesser extent more common, but to a lesser extent 1 copy, also causes Alzheimer's disease. So when one looks at all those genes and what they do, one sees that APP metabolism and tau metabolism and endocytosis are all represented in the genetic landscape of Alzheimer's disease. The net effect of the actions of these mutant genes and their toxic products is that one has a short circuit. The synapse is no longer working, and because of that, this neuron can no longer talk to this neuron, thus causing early on short-term memory loss and later loss of other cognitive and psychological and basically even motoric functions in people with Alzheimer's disease. You have a problem of a massive short-circuiting of brain function. Clinically, we see manifestations of Alzheimer's disease pathology. So here we're comparing again the healthy to the Alzheimer's disease brain. And when we look structurally clinically by MRI, we can see that the brain is atrophic both generally and regionally. And we can show its axons are abnormal. At the functional level, we see there's decreased activation in brain regions. And we see there's decreased glucose use because those synapses are not working properly and neurons are being lost. At the biochemical level, in spinal fluid, we see evidence for both plaques and tangles. So A beta 42 levels are lower. Why? Because this peptide's accumulating in these plaques. And we see more tau and more phospho-tau because it's being released from tangles into the spinal fluid. When we do scanning imaging using PET technology, we can see amyloid deposits and tau deposits. And we can take blood and isolate plasma and see again that A beta 42 levels are going down, that phospho-tau levels are going up, and then another protein that's present in axons called neurofilament light is increased. We have more biomarkers now than ever before, and they're helping us to understand the biology of Alzheimer's disease. Let's look at the MRI briefly. Again, here the healthy brain, and here the shrunken brain of Alzheimer's disease, and here an actual MR scan from here a normal person, and here an Alzheimer's disease patient. Notice the thick cortical ribbon and the nice thick hippocampus. Notice here on the right side, the shrunken brain, the markedly thinner cortex, and the markedly shrunken hippocampus. Here's a PET image looking at amyloid plaques. Here a control subject. Here's someone with mild cognitive impairment, early, middle, and later stage. And here's someone with Alzheimer's disease dementia. Red, more red means more amyloid plaques, and one can see that they accumulate in the brains of the patients with mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease. So amyloid imaging detects A beta and plaques. It's very useful to know that these plaques arise years before people develop memory loss. And it's interesting to know that about 30% of people age 70 have positive scans, although quite clearly are not demented. What about tau, these tangles? Well, here we look at images now where a marker for those tangles one sees some change in even the control brain here in the middle part of the brain deep down inside. But they stay there in normals. Those that have mild cognitive impairment, they start to spread to other areas in hippocampus. And by the time one has Alzheimer's disease, it's now spread widely over the cortex, here shown in red, the red signal being the greatest accumulation. And finally, the brain doesn't metabolize glucose normally. So here red means normal metabolism, here in the normal subject, here a decrease in mild cognitive impairment, and here again in the Alzheimer's disease brain. Interestingly, where one sees the tangles, the tau, one sees a decrease in glucose metabolism. Now, we have a lot of clinical trials. They're demonstrated on this figure from a paper by Jeff Cummings and colleagues in 2018, but we have no answers as yet, no disease-modifying treatments. Now, Jeff separated trials into those in which people were trying to reduce symptoms or were trying to modify disease either using small molecules or using immunotherapies. The symbols are red or blue or gray. Red means they're aiming at amyloid. Blue means they're aiming at tau, and gray means they're aiming at another target. And the thing I want to convince you of here is that there are all kinds of clinical trials going on, and yet, as yet, we do not have a disease-modifying treatment. There may be some news coming forth about this drug called aducanumab that's under consideration for FDA approval, but I will just mention that the effect of aducanumab at its best is quite modest. I'll also make note of the fact that whereas we've got a lot of phase 2 and 3 trials, we have relatively few phase 1 trials. This is the phase where one tries out the ideas of a drug for safety and not so much efficacy. Phase 2, safety and efficacy. Phase 3, efficacy. We need more drugs out here. One, because we know they fail as they get to phase 3 very commonly. Well, why do we fail? Why do trials fail? Well, the disease biology is complicated. We don't really understand it fully. Not only that, disease mechanisms can interact and converge, which we understand even less well. Also, make note of the fact that this is going on in the aging brain. The aging brain may well in itself have an impact on the way it responds to these disease mechanisms. And very interestingly, when you die at age 80 or later with Alzheimer's disease, only a very small percent have only the pathology of Alzheimer's disease. Other pathologies that are present include Parkinson's disease and hippocampal atrophy and sclerosis, etc. So there's more than one dementing disorder. And you know, if you're thinking you're treating Alzheimer's, but there's another disorder, no surprise that your therapy may not be fully effective. And finally, and very importantly, interventions may come too late to stop progression. And this figure from Cliff Jack and his colleagues makes the case very clearly. So here we're looking at disease stage, and here we're looking at the size of the biomarker change. This is the line at which dementia occurs right here. It's an arbitrary line, but it says about this time in the disease course, one sees memory loss. But notice that changes in A beta and tau occur a decade or more before one sees memory loss. So the disease has been going on for 15 years, maybe longer, by the time one tries to intervene. And what's going on now in clinical trials is we're trying to go earlier, but even then, we have to have some marker for disease because otherwise we won't know who to treat. And frequently we use the presence of A beta in PET imaging to tell us, but again, is it early enough? Perhaps not. Jeff Cummings and colleagues comment, improved mechanistic understanding of disease onset and progression is central to more efficient AD drug development and will lead to improved therapeutic approaches to targets. So very important comment, how do we deal with this? And wouldn't it be much better to start our therapies out here? And yet a pharmaceutical company will tell you, how do I start out here? It might take me 20 years for my study at an enormous cost to tell me whether I've had any effect over here. And so one begins to think increasingly of what we can do to really prevent Alzheimer's disease beginning at a very early age and at a relatively modest cost. And this is where the discussion comes up of risk factors and interventions. So the Lancet Commission just reported out in August that they now can identify 12 modifiable factors, risk factors, that they believe accounts for up to 40% of risk of Alzheimer's disease in the typical regular general population. Less education, hypertension, hearing impairment, smoking, obesity, depression, inactivity, diabetes, low social contact, excessive alcohol consumption, traumatic brain injury, and air pollution. And their points are that one can intervene across the lifespan, that it's never too early or too late. And they note that risk factors and the interventions differ in their relative impact. So what do they recommend? Their recommendations are these. One should minimize diabetes and treat it effectively. One should treat hypertension. Perhaps one of the most important things one can do is to treat hypertension with a systolic blood pressure at 130 or less. One should certainly prevent head injury and stop smoking and reduce air pollution and reduce midlife obesity. One should maintain frequent exercise and reduce occurrence of depression and avoid excessive alcohol and treat hearing impairment and maintain frequent social contact and attain a higher level of education. All of these measures represent risk factors that, if modified, and they can be modified and relatively inexpensively modified, might prevent dementia. Now, going back to those risk factors, it's important to say that some are relatively important in early life, some midlife, and some late life. So here's the list of those 12 risk factors I've mentioned to you already. And here's the relative risk. If you do a controlled study, an epidemiological study, you see, for example, that less education increases your risk of Alzheimer's disease by 1.6-fold. In other words, a 60% increase in the risk of Alzheimer's disease. Hearing loss, 1.9, traumatic brain injury, 1.8. Now, this is important, but it's also important to say, well, what fraction of the population really shows a possibility of lesser amounts of education being impactful? And so we do something called the population attributable fraction. That's the weighted PA, that's the risk generally of less education to this risk factor profile. Again, I mentioned about 40% of risk was modifiable. Less education alone accounts for 7.1%, hearing loss for 8.2%. So these are things we can definitely engage and definitely confront to reduce our risk of Alzheimer's disease in the general population. Very important to pay attention to these things and to really act on them, and not late, but early. Now, with COVID-19, the article talks about the impact of COVID-19 and on those with dementia. And it says that illness and distancing might increase care in elder stress and loneliness and neuropsychiatric symptoms and use of psychotropic medications, and therefore further enhance stress and anxiety and depression, but also dementia symptoms. So here again are risk factors over the lifespan. And notice that whereas less education and hearing loss are quite significant, and smoking cessation would be very important, these two risk factors, depression and social isolation, are especially relevant in the midst of the pandemic. In fact, these two together account for 7.4% of modifiable risk. Very important to pay attention to this. We should very much focus on social isolation and depression as modifiable factors. So it was about 1 year ago, a little more, that at UCSD, we started a new Institute for Empathy and Compassion. This was made possible by a gift from Denny Sanford, and it was established to explore the brain bases for empathy and compassion, and to create training programs to enhance them. We focus on and I'm very happy to serve as director of this institute. We focus on basic and applied research, on enhancing medical student education, on enhancing the wellness of faculty and students, and on compassionate patient communication. This is what we started with. We really believed that empathy and compassion, especially for physicians, was key to being able to help our patients. But we were also eager to engage our community and to support collaborative research on empathy and compassion. Empathy and compassion is for everyone. Well, with COVID-19, we thought, shouldn't we do something to reduce stress and increase well-being and reduce social isolation in the community at large? And so we started free online on Zoom, facilitated meditations for mindfulness, and that's defined as the non-reactive awareness of the present moment and compassion. And we did it for a few weeks, and there were a lot of positive responses. People were very happy to have these online sessions. And so we thought we should really measure what impact they had. Were we really making a difference? Was it just a nice thing to do, or was it efficacious in dealing with depression and stress and anxiety? So we asked Dr. Fidel Zidan, who works with us closely in our institute, but also works in the Center for Mindfulness, and our colleagues from the Compassion Institute to decide what could we do? What might we measure using such sessions? These are Zoom sessions. So we announced that we would start providing sessions. The attendees would volunteer for anonymous brief surveys before and after each session. The sessions were about 30 minutes on average, and they were featuring exercises to enhance mindfulness, compassion, or both. Volunteers could choose one or more than one session, and they attended whenever they wished. On average, the age was 50, but about 22% were older than 65. Volunteers used the visual analog scale to record their feeling of stress or anxiety or depression, as well as social connectedness before and after each session. We stopped our collection of data after we reached 200 participants. So 200 attended one session, 52 attended two, and 30 attended three. We analyzed the data in a very standard fashion. And the results I'm going to show you report the change in subjective assessments comparing pre to post sessions or between sessions. So what did we find? The first is that we found that meditation reduces stress after brief mental training. So here we're looking at the decrease in stress in sessions 1 and 2 and 3. These are spectacularly large measurements. Stress was decreased in session 1 by almost 60%, according to those who took the survey, and by a like amount after session 2 and session 3. These are all statistically significant changes. And what about depression? Very similar, perhaps a little less dramatic, but 40% decrease in depression after session 1 and 2, and about a 20% decrease after session 3. Here again, we're comparing how they felt right before the session versus how they felt right after the session. And what about social connectedness? Well, it went up. Gratifyingly, it increased by about 30% after session 1, fully a 200% increase in social connectedness after session 2, and a smaller but quite significant change after session 3. Where this was for the whole group. What about for those over 65? Well, the answer is very, very similar. Marked decreases in stress after session 1 and after session 2 and after session 3. Marked decreases in depression. Look at these decreases. A 60% registered decrease in subjective measurement of depression after session 1 and 2 and 3. This is very, very significant, and the changes are quite large. And again, increase in social connectedness. After session 2, the average increase of social connectivity was 400%. 4 times more socially connected after session 2, and less after session 1 and 3, but still quite significant. I asked Dr. Zidane to then look at the data and say, how did people change over time? What was done in session 1 impactful sometime later before session 2? And he did the analysis. And what we see is that on average, 5 days after session 1, there's still a 6% decrease in anxiety, a 22% decrease in depression, a 37% decrease in stress, and about a very small, but very likely something we can work on for further, a 2% increase in social connectivity. We're having a very large impact. The things that we were concerned about are getting better. There's almost a shift from anxiety as a state to a lesser sense of anxiety and depression and stress as a trait. People have increased well-being. And this is remarkable given that these are relatively short sessions delivered anonymously, really, and on a regular basis. So I'm going to conclude by saying that Alzheimer's is an oncoming epidemic that will require innovations in both molecular treatments and lifestyle interventions. Brief meditations presented via Zoom resulted in significant decreases in anxiety, stress, and depression, and increased social connectedness. The effects extended to those over age 65, and the changes were somewhat durable, in that 5 days later we saw the evidence of the impact. We now plan a randomized controlled study using standardized measures to evaluate specific meditative practices in brief sessions given over about a 7-day period. We'll see if we can replicate what we found. And we're eager for others to join this in future efforts aimed at enhancing well-being of elders and carers, and in this way, intervening in a very lifestyle-friendly way to enhance well-being and to prevent dementia. Those are my comments, and very happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mobley. That was fascinating and so informative. We do have questions coming through. I'll turn on my webcam. So, all right, starting at the top, the meditation sessions that you mentioned and discussed, how would people go about finding those if they wanted to participate?
They go online and they look for the Sanford Institute for Empathy and Compassion, and they'll see right away exactly how to click onto those sessions. I think we're giving about 2 a day, 5 days a week. They last on average, again, 30 minutes. So it's easy to get them right off our website, and they're free.
Fantastic. Next question. How do we find out about your studies and volunteer?
All you have to do is go to the website, and you'll be able to do just that. So we haven't yet announced the randomized control trial, but that will be coming up very shortly. So please go on the website, try out one of these sessions to see what you think about it, and then stay tuned because we'll start our randomized trial very soon.
Great, thank you. Next question. Thank you, Dr. Mobley. Your risk factors chart suggests diabetes only accounts for 1.1% of risk. However, I've seen studies discussing strong links between type 2 diabetes and Alzheimer's, to the extent that there are proposals of calling Alzheimer's type 3 diabetes. Can you comment on this relationship?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question, and there very likely is a relationship between diabetes and Alzheimer's disease. Type 3 is sort of diabetes in the brain, if you will, and I think that's a completely justifiable concept and something we need to study much more to understand it. The point of that overall risk is that you have to say what fraction of the population is affected and what's the risk that's attached to diabetes versus non-diabetes. That's why the number comes out as a relatively low overall risk. But no, it's quite significant. For the individual diabetes, having diabetes is a significant risk for Alzheimer's disease. And yes, there may well be a link between type 2 in the body and type 2 in the brain. By the way, we think that type 3 diabetes is very likely to be a disorder in which this trafficking of information in endosomes is markedly impacted. And we're really interested in that. We're working on that. It may well be that insulin receptors that are normally supposed to be on the surface of neurons are being captured and held in a traffic jam inside neurons, and in that way not able to work effectively. So definitely type 3, a good concept. Definitely diabetes a risk factor, and one should certainly treat diabetes effectively with the hope that that can prevent dementia or reduce the likelihood.
Great answer, thank you. Next question. What are your thoughts, Dr. Mobley, on the blue zone?
Say it again.
To the blue zone, I think maybe this pertains to lifestyle factors and how they impact cognitive decline.
Well, I don't know about the blue zone, so I'm not aware of the definition of blue zone. But I would say that lifestyle factors are not only modifiable, but there's every reason to believe that a large number of them will, in fact, help to prevent dementia. And here's the point to be made also for avoiding unsubstantiated, evidence lacking statements in the literature or on Facebook or whatever. One wants to look at careful, clinically driven studies and the evidence that comes from them with respect to what one should do. And the paper that I referenced is really an extremely scholarly paper in which they look at all the evidence. I mean, there are meta-analyses across hundreds of thousands of people that speak to, can we really trust these data? So I would encourage people to read that paper and to be very careful with what one reads and appreciates from the lay literature. Please use real evidence before you make decisions about lifestyle interventions. But yes, you can take the Lancet Commission report as good evidence that there are risk factors that can be modified.
Great, thank you. Another question I had come through is, what are endosomes? I think you spoke about those at the beginning of your presentation. And can you speak to that a little bit more?
Yeah, so endosomes, so what happens is that there's a surface of a cell and that has on it certain receptors. And those receptors capture molecules that are outside the cell, and they become internalized in little vacuoles, little spheres, and that's the endosome. So an endosome is literally an inside body. It captures information, takes it inside the cell, and moves it to another location in the cell. So that's what the endosome is. And it's not so commonly talked about in the, lay people don't know much about endosomes, but our work suggests that the information contained in endosomes is really vital for the health and well-being of cells.
Great, thank you. You spoke about the impact with COVID-19 and social isolation and depression, having a pretty significant impact on those with Alzheimer's disease, and essentially it could get worse from that. Are there any tips you can share with the audience, whether it's someone caring for a loved one, or it's a senior professional or healthcare professional with residents or patients? What are certain things that they should be looking for in terms of maybe even depression that would signify an intervention, basically, of stepping in to kind of start adding in some interventions they could increase their social connectivity, reduce depression, things like that?
I mean, I think the professional will notice that people's personality changes, they become more apathetic, they seem to lack interest in their surroundings, what they were doing before they're not doing. Perhaps they have, they end up sleeping more, they end up engaging others less. Those are all symptoms that a professional will pick up on and should pick up on, because it's very tough for folks in facilities or isolated from others to cope. I mean, one of the powerful images from the lay press are the little kids and their parents coming up to the window of the bedroom in which the older person is confined and touching the window and trying to make that contact. We want to do that. We're such social beings, and elders, and I can speak from this, personally, we love our grandchildren. We want to hang out with our grandchildren. We want to be with our grandchildren and our children. And when we can't do that, it's very stressful. And so that's manifested in a lot of different behaviors. We become agitated, we become angry, we eat too much, we stop eating, we become apathetic, we shift our interests into things that are maybe not typical for us, or we become disinterested in things. So any significant change in an elder, or for that matter, a caregiver, that suggests the stress level is increased, the anxiety level is higher, or that depressive symptoms are present, should alert us to the need to think carefully about the source of that, and to think about social connectivity being restored in some way. Now, Zoom is a pretty low contact way of enhancing connectivity. So, I've advised people to get on the Zoom with their family. They haven't been able to see their family. Get on Zoom with them, at least see them on a Zoom meeting where everybody's sitting there, the little kids are there, the parents are there, the grandparents are there. That, for me, brings joy, and I'm sure it would for others. So think about how important it is that we interact with one another and find ways to restore that social connectivity in spite of the fact that we can't actually be in person very frequently now, or not as frequently as we could in the past.
That's great advice. Thank you so much. And that puts us at 11 and it closes us out. But thank you so much, Dr. Mobley, for joining us today. Highly informative content and lots of great questions from our audience. So take care and thank you. And we will now transition to the next speaker.
Take care. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, there she is. Leslie, can you hear us?
Hey, how are you? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Great. I am going to give you a brief introduction.
Yeah.
So transitioning to a very fun and interactive session. I'm excited to present our next speaker, Leslie Myers, Home Care Assistance' executive chef and owner chef of Food Sense Now. Leslie's company, Food Sense Now, is devoted to the education and production of healthy, whole food cuisine. A self-proclaimed qualitarian of food and graduate of the prestigious Culinary Institute of America, Leslie teaches cooking classes and corporate wellness in Southern California. She advises athletically minded people on mindful, not militant approaches to their diets and caters events featuring healthy, vibrant food. She develops healthy, real-world culinary classes, recipes, and eating plans. Leslie strongly believes that a proper diet is a large part of the equation in optimizing long-term health. Fun fact about Leslie is that she's an 8-time Hawaii Ironman triathlete, qualifier, and multiple Ironman triathlete age group champion. So again, just like with our previous sessions, if you are just joining us now, there is a chat box where you can type in your questions as Leslie goes through these different recipes. It's going to be a very engaging and interactive session. So I will be working with her to call those out as she goes through this next hour with us. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Oh, Catherine, thank you so much. I really appreciate that introduction. I have also been lucky enough to be the chef instructor for mostly the La Jolla office of Home Care Assistance, and I teach the caregivers once a month how to incorporate healthier things into their clients' diets. And I've been working with the director, Jennifer Muscat, for about 10 or 11 years now on that. But why don't I start with telling you how I got to be in front of you today. I came through the ranks as a culinarian. As Catherine said, I went to culinary school what I would call a long time ago and finished back in the early 90s. with the idea that I wanted to own my own restaurant. So after graduating, I made my way out to Napa Valley in the land of food and wine. And my first job working in Napa Valley was working as a pastry chef, which was great, and experiencing everything that Napa Valley had to offer. And I lived there for about 5 years. I went down to work at another restaurant a couple years later. Then I opened a specialty foods market and worked as the cheese buyer and prepared foods head chef. And then I opened the prestigious Culinary Institute of America's West Coast campus. And I'll never forget the day we opened, because that was the day that OJ was acquitted. So it was a long time ago. After living in Napa Valley for 5 or 6 years, I decided to relocate to Burlington, Vermont, where my goal was to own my own restaurant. So I was able to do that, and I had that restaurant for about 12 years. And if any of you have ever lived in Vermont or the New England area of the United States, it's actually very, very cold. And while I was living there, I developed this triathlon habit, which Catherine also alluded to. And I started swimming and biking and running, and realized that that's not so conducive to a cold weather place. So I had grown up partially in San Diego. I made my way back to San Diego about 11 years ago and decided that I did not want to open another restaurant. And I'm also getting older. And I'm thinking, wow, I'm aging. That's interesting. Things aren't working quite the same way they did before. So what can I do with my skill set to maybe stay out of the doctor's office, so to speak? You know, I would go down to Dog Beach in the morning to run my dog, and this was 11 years ago, so most of the people down there at 6:15 in the morning were sort of vintage, shall we say. And so me and my vintage friends would hang out and throw the balls for our dogs and walk around, and I noticed that most of my friends who were a little older than me were not talking about what restaurants they were going to or physical hobbies they were doing, but rather the conversations would circle back to my meds this, my doctor's that. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, wow, is this what it means to start aging? And I know you can't turn back the hands of time, but what I decided from there on out is I wanted to do whatever I could with my skill set to mitigate those office visits and those medications. And so I started down the path of learning how to cook healthy food. I've always been a qualitarian, meaning I love great food, but what can I do to just make it a little healthier? So I kind of fooled around with a lot of different, what I would call diets, shall you? And I've eaten everything from, you know, I've tried it, like sort of the N+1, you know, N=1. Should I be a vegan? Should I be a vegetarian, pescatarian? Maybe a little, I tried the low carb diet just to see what it would do. I wasn't on that for very long. And I even did this diet way back in the day where I just decided to eat 16 bananas a day. Now, I would tell you, don't do that ever. It's a singular food. And I lasted about 1.75 days on that diet. But what I've circled back to is I basically teach the caregivers and preach this as well, is eat whatever you want. And I teach from the standpoint of eat more of this, not don't eat that, unless there's a medical reason or an allergy why you shouldn't be having something. And so eat more of this, or meals that you prepare yourself if possible, and more vegetables. I will always preach the eat more plants. Now, whether or not you're 100% plant-based or you have meat here and there or every day, that's fine. But what I've tried to instruct people to do is just try to add something to almost every meal that has plants and fiber in it. And I think you'll find, and I know there are studies out there that prove this, that you'll probably feel a little healthier. And so today, what I'm going to do is kind of focus on some foods that I feel are really good for the brain, and also celebrate all the fiber, because I think the fiber is really good for the gut health, and I think that automatically pertains to the brain. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some omega-3 rich salmon. I'm going to show you how to do it a couple of different ways. And then we're going to do a farro, a whole grain salad with some farro and arugula and apples and lemon and honey. And then I'm going to have this sort of Alzheimer's celebration smoothie, because we're going to make it purple, but I'm going to show you how to sneak some vegetables into it. A couple of these recipes I have taught to the caregivers down at home care assistants. And The reason I'm teaching salmon 2 ways today is because down at that office, I initially tried to oven roast salmon. And unfortunately, those oils kind of permeated throughout the office and kind of left it hanging for about 2 or 3 days. So I decided to work on another type of salmon recipe that you wouldn't have the smell getting into you as much. So the first thing I'm going to show you is how to make a poached salmon. And it's really, really easy. Poaching is a way to infuse some flavor delicately into some sort of flesh. And so most commonly we think of poached eggs, which we're not really infusing any flavor in. But for this purpose, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some water, and if you have it, this isn't required, but a little bit of wine, white wine. This is just a light sort of effervescent wine. You can use a Pinot Grigio or a Sauvignon Blanc. And then I'm going to take some lemon slices and parsley and black peppercorns. And I'm just going to bring this up to a simmer, which is basically just below a boil. So you're going to see basically the water come up and bubbles will start to sort of pop like this. And then I'm just going to turn it down and I'm going to place the salmon in it and let it cook for about 5 to 7 minutes. Now that cooking time has to do with how warm or cold the salmon is. Did you just pull it out of the refrigerator, or has it been sitting on your counter for half an hour where it's warmed up a little bit? So let me step over to the burner here and get that going. I will show you what that water looks like in just a moment. And then the other style I'm going to do is a really easy way to pan roast and flavor salmon. And I've probably taught this recipe, I don't know, probably 500 times. I feel like this is a staple in my household. We eat this once a week. So salmon is really rich in omega-3 fatty acids, great for the brain. Most people like it. I find most people like it anyway. If it doesn't work for some people, they might find it too fishy. You could always do something like a lighter fish, such as a mahi-mahi or a cod. So do I have any questions before I get started?
Yeah, you read my mind. We did just get a question. What other foods are rich in omega-3 fatty acids aside from salmon?
Salmon. So salmon, and think of the flax seeds, chia seeds, little bit of egg yolks, but I would be careful on that. I would definitely go more toward the fiber rich omega-3 fatty acids. Hemp seeds are really rich in it. And then back to the canned fish. If somebody can stomach canned sardines or canned anchovies, mackerel, those are a big bang for your buck. I think a whole can is about maybe under $2, and you really get a good serving of fish in there. And it's funny you say that, Catherine, because I was just testing a recipe this morning, making a garlic and olive oil sauce and adding in a little chopped sardines to it. And needless to say, my husband came back and he's thinking, oh my goodness, what are you cooking? But the overall flavor was really, really good. And believe it or not, I actually had that for breakfast this morning.
I love it. Getting in your protein bright and early.
Like protein, it's the beauty of being on virtual calls is that you can have things like 6 cloves of garlic for breakfast and it's fine. It's not like a normal day in the office, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. So I'm just bringing this water up to a boil, and all I've gotten today for the fish is I've just gotten some regular salmon that I've cut in these little pieces. These are about 3 to 4 ounces. So I find that I'd rather cook the little smaller pieces and then a large piece and have to whittle around with it, because you can always have 2 if you're really, really hungry.
And Leslie, there's another question that just came through. Is there a nutritional difference? I don't know what you have there, but between farm raised and wild caught salmon, which do you prefer?
Yeah, I prefer the wild caught, but what's funny is, 10 years ago or 11 years ago, I read something that wild salmon was better than farm salmon. So I actually would tout that. And what I have to remember is somebody who teaches nutrition but is not a registered dietitian or a doctor is the science changes, right? And so the latest study showed is there actually are no nutritional differences between the two. One is not better for you than the other, but I think because I have always bought wild salmon, I just kind of gravitate toward it, and that's what I'm using today. It's just a wild king salmon, and what that means is it eats its natural diet. But if you go to the store, most salmon in the grocery stores, unless it's marked wild, it's probably farm raised, and what the salmon is fed then are something that's not its natural diet. sometimes it's more a grain derivative.
Okay, interesting. Thank you so much.
It's interesting, and it's funny, it was the same thing on another level. So talking about omega-3 fatty acids and where else can you find them? You know, you can find it in olive oil, you can find it in most monounsaturated oils, but I always thought there were a few oils that you shouldn't get near. And thankfully, again, the science has come around, and basically the oils that are clear at room temperature are the best ones for you. So you see I'm using olive oil today. So let me show you how this is looking. This water has just come up right like this. And all I'm gonna do is put the salmon in. I'm gonna put 2 pieces in here, and it's just gonna cook ever so slightly. Just light bubbles coming to the surface. Now, what you don't wanna see is heavy bubbles, because what'll happen is the outsides will start to cook really quickly and kind of disintegrate, and the inside will be raw. So I'm gonna hold this at, it's gonna be at about 200 degrees. So you figure water boils at 212 degrees. So it'll be just below boil whilst what needs cooking. And then let me go ahead and get started with my other salmon. And then the reason I just put this burner back here behind me is it's a little loud in front of the computer, but I still will be able to show this to you. So what I've done with the salmon is I've cut it down, and I've actually dried it off. And because I've dried it, it will actually not stick to the pan. And then all I'm gonna do is add a little bit of oil to the pan. And what we're gonna get is a sear on this. So a nice brown flavor. And then that'll take about 2 to 3 minutes. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees. And then I'm gonna flip the salmon and put that whole pan in the oven and let the oven finish cooking. It'll take about just under 10 minutes for it to cook. Now, you probably are wondering why I'm not doing that directly over the heat, start to finish. And the reason is, if I put that right on direct heat for 10 minutes, or let's say 5 minutes on one side, 5 minutes on another side, it's actually just going to get really hard and crusty on that non-skin side and probably stay a little raw on the inside. So the beauty of the oven is it provides the indirect heat to cook it all the way through. Now, I leave the skin on just like this, and you're gonna find that when you finish cooking the salmon, you can pull it out of the oven and the skin will just peel away really easily. So this provides a nice little barrier and sort of, you wanna say, basket for it to work on. So while that's cooking, I'm gonna make a little topping for later on when it comes out. I have a little bit of mango here. Now, one of the easiest things you can do is cut up frozen mango if you don't have access to fresh. We make a lot of smoothies in this house, and I always have frozen mango, and I didn't see any ripe ones in the store. So I just pulled out a few pieces. I let them sit for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then I just diced them. So they weren't rock hard frozen, and they were really easy to work with. We have a little bit of mango salsa, and then I have a little bit of cilantro and green onion going into that. And then a tiny bit of cumin, just for flavor. You don't need a lot. I'm thinking just, under a pinch, which is under 1/8 of a teaspoon. You mix that together. You can do a little jalapeno in this as well, and some salt, some pepper. And if you didn't have jalapeno, you could use a little bit of hot sauce if you like a tiny bit of hot flavor. And then just set this aside, and we're gonna put this on top of the salmon. So what you have here is just more phytonutrients and fiber and a nice flavor for the salmon.
We have another question, Leslie. So salts, you have Himalayan sea salt, regular table salt. Is one have more health benefits than another?
It's funny. Yeah, that's a really good question. And what I would tell you is Himalayan sea salt still has some trace minerals in it. So it's got a little bit of manganese and calcium and copper, and they're very trace, right? You'd have to eat a lot of salt to get a day's serving out of that. But healthy eating isn't about eating one product that'll change your life. Like, you know, you see this on the internet all the time. Go eat Himalayan sea salt and you will, you know, your dog will come back, your, you know, your diseases will go away. But actually, it's just one more little thing you can add to the composite of all the little healthy things you do throughout the day. And whereas iodized salt, which would be the salt with sort of the girl on the front, you know, that's been bleached at a really high temperature. So all those minerals go away through that process.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So this is the salmon. It's basically browned on one side, but I'm gonna actually cook the flesh all the way through by putting this whole pan in the oven for just under 10 minutes. And then when that's ready, we'll go ahead and show you in about 10 minutes. But in the meantime, let me show you what this salmon looks like. So this is the salmon that's just been poaching in liquid for about 5 minutes. Now, I'm in my kitchen, and I think whoever develops the app where on these virtual calls you can smell what I'm cooking, I think is going to be genius and make $1 bazillion. But what I'm noticing in my kitchen, let's just say I had not cooked that other salmon. This doesn't have any sort of smell except for the lemon that I put in the water. That's all I'm able to smell right now. So it's really, really delicate. So for somebody who likes fish but doesn't want that smell in their house, this method is just awesome. And then let me just take a little peek in here, see what the flesh is like. And I'm just gonna let this sit for about 3 more minutes. Let that cook all the way through. It was a little cold when I started it, so I think it needs a couple more minutes. And then when it comes out, I'm gonna take it out, I'm gonna drain it. And what I would recommend doing, if you're somebody who's okay eating leftovers or the same thing the next day, you could chill some of this down and then have it for lunch the next day on a salad. So it's great as a hot dish, it's great as a cold dish. And I know when we've taught this to the home caregivers, they have gone out to their clients' houses, prepared this, come back and reported that they had really good success with it. Okay, are there any questions regarding the salmon while it's cooking? Okay, so let's talk about, go ahead.
I did have a question come through. It's a little off topic of the salmon, but the question is, what are some simple dietary changes or tweaks one could make to help with brain health?
So think fiber. Now, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a registered dietitian. I can tell you, I try to read sound information, and I've been actually reading. I just read a book by a doctor named Dr. B. His name is Dr. Will Bolshevitz, and he's a gastroenterologist down in South Carolina. And he's really touting the sort of gut health through fiber and diverse plants. He said the more you can do that, it builds the good bacteria, and that often is connected to the brain health. So it's that gut-brain connection. And again, I can't quote his studies specifically, or the ones that he quoted in his book, but what he was pointing to is a lot of good information about a healthy gut microbiome, which comes by eating lots of different fibrous plants. And I'm not talking about chewing on a raw leek, you know, at 11 o'clock in the morning, but just rather adding things to your diet, such as instead of white rice, today I chose farro instead of white rice. Instead of pasta, maybe you're doing quinoa. You know, and diversity too, right? Because every plant has different things it brings to the table. So here we have some apples. Here we have, these aren't really vegetables, but I count them as vegetables. They're green and they're raw, right? So I have mint and green onion in here for flavor and more fiber. So the other things you can eat, to answer your question, Catherine, what I would do, and my husband and I, we're pretty competitive people, and he always tries to one-up me. And I said, let's have a competition this week. Let's see who can eat the most things, the most plants, basically. And we're gonna have a competition to see who has the most diverse list at the end of the day, or at the end of the week, I'm sorry. So we're kind of keeping track of it, because most people eat on average about 30, I would say about 30 plants a week if they're eating well. They kind of go back to the same things, the same spinach salad for lunch, maybe the same 1 or 2 vegetables they do at dinner. And that's great that you're even doing that. Most people aren't even eating, that many plants, but if you can try to diversify it and think, not to use the overdone adage, but colors of the rainbow, like how many things you can get in your week, then probably, and according to a couple of these studies, that you're going to have a more robust gut microbiome, and all those bacteria are going to help with the brain health. So take that for what it's worth. I've never met anybody in the health profession who said, you know what, you came in here, you're pre-diabetic, your triglycerides are through the roof, you need to change, I need you to stop eating vegetables. I mean, that's not a conversation I think any doctor's ever had, unless there's some sort of allergy with a particular vegetable. But universally, I think we can fairly say the best thing anybody can do for their health in terms of eating is to add more plants and add more vegetables. And the way I teach this to some people who like, wow, I really don't even know how to do that. I have scrambled eggs and bacon for breakfast. I have a sandwich for lunch, and I might have some pizza for dinner. I said, okay, let's go grab a box of spinach. Let's pretend this is a box of spinach. How about when you make the scrambled eggs and bacon, let's just add a handful of spinach to that. Spinach tastes, it's like Switzerland, right? There's no flavor in spinach. So it's not gonna rock your world. And all of a sudden you've just increased the nutritional value of that dish. Now let's take it a step further. Bacon and eggs, a little bit of spinach scrambled into the eggs. Let's go ahead and add some sliced avocado and a handful of cilantro to it. All of a sudden you have 3 vegetables. Avocados have fiber. Avocados have 10 grams of fiber for a whole avocado. So it's better than just a basic fat, non-fibrous fat. For lunch, the same thing. There's your turkey sandwich, turkey and cheese. Maybe you have that sort of afterthought piece of romaine or iceberg in there. Well, let's take it a step further. Most of us are preparing our meals at home right now. Let's take a handful of sprouts and sneak it in. Let's add a couple layers of tomatoes, and maybe we're adding that same handful of spinach, or maybe you have another green on hand. And for dinner, this was something like we had kids do. You can make a pizza, right? But let's make a salad pizza. So that pizza that you make or that you buy, let's put a giant salad on top and pull it out. It's actually one of my favorite ways to eat pizza. So I'm not saying to you, don't eat pizza. I'm saying let's add something really nutritious to it and create an overall fairly nutritious dinner.
I think that's great advice. And I love the competition idea for those of you out there who are competitive. That's a fun way. Trying to incorporate as many vegetables as you can.
Yeah, and as soon as I told Jeff, let's make it a race, or let's make it a competition, he bought it in. He's a type A, And my husband, I know if Jennifer Muscat is on this call, she's heard this 100 times. My husband thinks bacon and ketchup are 2 of the 4 food groups. He really does. So the fact that now he's challenged by trying to put diverse plants into his diet, it's kind of fun to watch, but he knows he's doing himself a favor, and he had a mother who passed of colon cancer at the age of 55. So it behooves him to pay attention to it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So I think somebody was talking about the blue zones. I heard a little bit about that as I was setting up for the call. Yes.
Blue zones did come up on the last call, and what those were, and it does pertain to the Mediterranean diet, correct?
It is. There are 5 zones that have been identified, and I just know a little bit about them. I don't know the specifics of them, but what I will tell you is there are 5 areas where they're identified as blue zones, and from a food standpoint, they eat mostly plants, so high in fiber, not a lot of processed food, and they live 10 years longer on average than the Americans. I mean, most Americans, I would say standard Americans. And one of those blue zones happens to be about 2 hours from where I live. I'm down in San Diego, and it's up in Loma Linda, so outside the Los Angeles area. Most people don't think of people, in mainstream California having this diet that is ranked at the top for most of the world, right? So I think it's, if anybody wants to correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's in Sardinia, the Nicoya Peninsula, Okinawa. There's one more area where these blue zones have people who have really great health.
The longest living people with the least amount of disease. Okinawa is one that's central to our balanced care method here at Home Care Assistance, and what we base a lot of our caregiver training on. Yeah, there is 5. I could probably look it up unless someone here on the call. Oh, Costa Rica, someone is saying. I can see that. That sounds right.
Yeah, and so, and really, you think about it, I'm not here to say, you know, don't eat any of this. So you wake up on January 2nd, you're thinking, oh my goodness, I have to change my lifestyle because I feel like I overdid it on the holidays, or even worse, you go to the doctor's office and there's something that's really wrong and you think I have to change everything. And what I would tell most people is just do incremental steps. I mean, you don't come out of the womb with like a Starbucks Frappuccino and McNuggets in your hands and say, this is what I eat. You know, you learn that somewhere along the lines. You probably learned it at a young age. So you start by making these incremental, sustainable sort of additions. And then I think you'll find that some of those things you thought were tasty, all of a sudden, instead of craving the Jersey Mike's, you're craving the salad. It happens. And it doesn't happen overnight, but it comes gradually as you add things into your diet. Okay, so we're going to talk about the farro salad. I'm going to make this, and then I'm going to show you the salmon plated along with this and why this is good. So instead of making a salad dressing, I am just basically taking a little bit of honey and olive oil, and then I'm going to take some lemon zest. So this is one of my favorite tools. This is a microplane, and you can shave a lot of flavor off the colorful part of citrus. You can also grate ginger on this, grate a little Parmesan for flavor. So I put that on, and now what I'm going to do, I've taken the zest off, is I'm just going to cut this in half and get some of the juice out of it. And I'm just using a basic hand juicer. I would tell you, if you're going to buy one of these, buy the orange one. It means it does oranges. You don't need the orange, the lemon, and the lime, because the orange one can do the little limes. So we'll get some juice out of this. And we'll save the rest of this lemon for another day. I happen to go through a lot of lemons down here. So I have a lemon, honey, little bit of chopped garlic, salt and pepper. I have your basic vinaigrette, which is oil and acid, and then a little bit of flavoring agent in that. So I don't know if anybody on this call likes farro, loves farro, hates it, knows about it. It's not one of the mainstream grains, but the reason I like to teach it is that it's one of the ancient grains. It's got a lot of fiber. It's almost barley-like in flavor. And, you know, this is a sort of a soft cousin of wheat, so it's related to the spelt in the acorn in the emmer family. And I'm just going to coat this pre-cooked farro with a little dressing. And this cooks basically like white rice. So if you know how to cook white rice, you can cook farro. Use a little less water. So we coated that all in. So now I have this nice whole grain mixture. So let's make it taste good now, right? I mean, I don't particularly want to sit down to just beige food. So I'm a real visual person. I like to see colors. So I'm going to add some chopped apple. It's fall, so the apples are just starting out right now. Fold that in, and now I've got mint and I've got green onion. The mint against the apple is lovely, and think of this as eating your vegetables. You know, herbs add a lot of flavor. They have just as much, if not more, nutrients, and they all have their different unique sort of fibers that turn into bacteria in your gut, and they're all unique, right? So as many as you can get in. I can't wait to eat this today because I can tell Jeff I had about 8 different diverse plants just with this salad. I'm going to add some arugula. So what you get for this is sort of a papery, leafy green. And I would tell you the darker the green, the more nutrition it has because it has less water. So it's more concentrated in nutrition. Now I have this red cabbage. You'll see I have a piece of it because I keep a whole red cabbage in my refrigerator. And then I just cut off a little bit as I need it. So you'll see me do this a couple times today. My favorite color is purple, coincidentally enough, on today's call, and I really wish I had a purple chef's coat. They don't seem to make one. But I'm gonna add a little purple to this salad because I like the color and the flavor of it and the crunch. Now, let me show you what this looks like. It's in a nice bowl. So we're going to bring this down. Lots of health benefits here. And I know right now, I feel like carbohydrates are sort of the demonized macronutrient. So when I was coming along in the sort of young adult, late 80s, early 90s, the macronutrient that was kind of demonized was fat. And back then we thought we could eat anything that was fat-free and it would be fine for us. But if it had fat, oh no, it was bad. So I was eating things like sleeves of Snackwell cookies and whole baguettes and piles of white pasta. And I think I was probably at the most unhealthiest I've ever been in my life. And most of it was probably diet. Some of it was just kind of the other things I was or was not doing in life. But I'm glad to see that the science has changed, but I think it's kind of overcorrected and gone that carbohydrates are the demonized macronutrient right now. Protein's still okay, right? But there's a real difference between Coca-Cola, which is 100% carbohydrate, and a carrot, which is almost 100% carbohydrate. And that difference is fiber. And you think about something like Coke or thing of ice cream or cookies or donuts, most of us seem to be able to kind of go all into those and sort of hyper consume them. But nobody's gone home from work after a bad day, or maybe somebody has. Most people haven't gone home from work after a bad day. And if their usual thing is sort of diving for the refrigerator and finding something that's forbidden food, nobody's taken a deep dive into the 5-pound bag of carrots, and ripped off 4 pounds of them and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe I just ate all these carrots. Like, most people won't hyper consume fruits and vegetables. I mean, it's really, really rare. So I think you can load up your plate with fibrous vegetables. There's probably only so much you're going to eat before you're full. And the fiber and the phytonutrients, or the plant nutrients in them, are just really, really good for you. So let's give us some crunch and flavor. So I've got some toasted sunflower seeds. I've also used any sort of nuts I have in my refrigerator. And then for a little bit of tang, I happen to have some feta, and believe it or not, this happens to be a vegan feta type cheese that I found on the market. It's not because I'm anti-dairy. I'm not going to sit here and say, don't eat dairy, it's bad for you. I just happen to have personally like a cow's milk allergy, so I use this, but you certainly could do any cheese on top of this. So let's count the plants in this. Farro, apple, arugula, cabbage, mint, green onion, sunflower seeds. That's 7. I win. So there's your beautiful fall farro salad.
That looks amazing. And if someone wanted to, let's say, substitute out the farro, what other grain might be good in that type of salad?
So for gluten-free, I would use quinoa, although farro has about twice the amount of protein and fiber as quinoa. I've used amaranth, sorghum, brown rice even. You could use that. And all these flavors will actually work with a pasta. If you wanted to use a whole wheat pasta, you could certainly do that. Even a penne. I would do a short pasta with it.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot the lemon. That's 9. That's 8. Okay, so let's talk about the salmon. I've got salmon 2 ways. I want to show you what these look like. So the first is just my basic salmon. And when I flipped it over, I could do a number of things with it. I left this one pretty plain, but I could also that's the time I would actually put on the salt or salt and pepper, for those of you who aren't salt sensitive. I also might drizzle on a little bit of maple syrup and chipotle. So I lived in Vermont for 12 years, and I think I always circle back to maple syrup as my kind of sweetener. This gives it a nice flavor for those of you who like that sort of sweet, smoky flavor of chipotle and maple syrup. Bacon and ketchup, Jeff loves this. So that's with that, or a little bit of spice rub even on it, or the plain one. And then if you take a dive into this, you get really moist salmon, and you'll see that the skin is just right there. We have a husky, a Siberian husky, so he's kind of camped out over behind the screen waiting for something to fall, I think. And then this has the honey and chipotle on it. But it's really easy. I just browned that for about 2 to 3 minutes, flipped it, put the whole pan in the oven for just under 10 minutes. And then the poached salmon, also delicious. So I'll flip this out on a plate. I just love this because it's such a delicate way of preparing the fish. And I find it really good the next day. And you could even, you could even put a little bit of this on that farro salad. The other thing I really didn't talk about were beans for that as well, but you could definitely put some beans or chickpeas in there. So you have beautiful, delicate white salmon, full of omega-3 fatty acids, really good for brain health. I'll try it just because if we were doing an in-person cooking class, I would be giving you all samples of this. So I feel a little bit of bad, but I want you to know that I will eat what I'm making. Okay, how many, are there any questions regarding the salmon? The
Not right now.
We can do this too. Let's do that too.
Just a
Mango.
reminder to everyone on the call, if you do have questions, feel free to type them into the chat box.
Okay. This is probably a every week to 2 weeks kind of preparation. I would say I'll change out the finishing. Sometimes I'll do some avocado on top, but this salmon is a staple how to cook protein in our house. So maybe what we can put in the chat right now is smoothies. So what I'm curious about is how many of you all drink smoothies, like smoothies? What do you put in your smoothies? And the reason I'm showing you this today is this is something that I have taught every class that I've taught at Home Care Assistants. We've taught some sort of smoothie. And
We do have a few quick questions, Leslie. Do you want to answer some of these before we get into the smoothies?
Mm-hmm.
One question is, do you have a cookbook?
I don't, but I know some of the recipes I've written are at the Home Care Assistants website. I think that's correct.
Yep. Yeah, they're on our blog. Yes, we do feature you, I believe, almost every month. And if you don't have a cookbook, you should make one. I think you would be an excellent author. But what are your favorite, another question, what are your favorite cookbooks or recipe sources that you could share with the audience?
I jump around a lot. A couple that I go to, I'm trying to think of what their cookbook names are. Love and Lemons has a really good website. It's all vegetarian. I'm not a vegetarian. I actually used to eat exclusively vegan, which means no animal products. But I kind of came around on that, and not because it's bad or good. It's just kind of what worked best for me. Love and Lemons and Cotter Crunch. Her name is Lindsay Cotter. That is a gluten-free, she cooks everything, but again, you'll find her recipes really plant-based forward, which I like. And I think that's, if there's one way to eat, it's just eat more plants. And yeah. I will come up with a couple of more as I'm looking off to my shelf there. I used to have a cookbook collection of 250 cookbooks, and I found I would just read them. I wouldn't go back to them. So I actually donated all of them about 3 or 4 years ago, except for some standbys. But that's a
Love Lemons. I actually follow her on Instagram. I also do those recipes, so that is a good recommendation.
It's really beautiful. Yeah, her photography is good. The recipes work, and they're not. One of my goals when I'm writing recipes is not to make them too elaborate, because my goal is to have you produce them at home. So it's very easy to turn on the Food Network and just watch them, and sometimes there are these crazy elaborate recipes that would take you a couple days. And I've made recipes like that before, but really the ones that I go back to time and time again are ones that are under 30 minutes. I just think they're a lot more real world.
Absolutely, especially with how busy everyone is these days. There's another question that came through. What are your thoughts about soy and tofu?
That's it. And is that in the context about maybe hearing about phytoestrogens being bad for you, or soy being GMO modified, genetically modified? That's what I'd be curious.
That was the question, but Mary Lou, if you wanted to add context to that, that would be great. while you do that, another question that came through, what was the temperature of the oven when you put in the salmon?
I'm sorry, I did fail to mention that, 350. So almost always I keep my oven at 350 for baking, for cooking, for finishing meats. So if I were doing a chicken breast, I would do it exactly the same way, but it would be in the oven for 20 minutes. And the only thing I would stray away from is when I do roasted vegetables, I pop it up to 425 so I can get the sugars on those vegetables caramelized, like the carrots. Even broccoli has some sugar in it.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay, that's good to know. I'm seeing if she hasn't written in yet, but we're getting a lot of people writing in with their favorite smoothie recipes.
Good, I love it. I can answer soy in the context I think it's being asked if you'd like.
Yeah, why don't you?
I think so back, because I'm going to go back to me, right? 10 or 11 years ago when I'm kind of transitioning from restaurant chef to healthy eating chef, and I wanted to learn all about everything. So I first tested out being a raw vegan, which means you don't cook anything and you eat only plants. And soy was one of those no-nos. And the reason GMOs are bad. And the other reason is the phytoestrogen in soy cause of problems, or the phytates aren't properly dealt with. So they cause, I even think it caused breast cancer, I think was one of the things that was touted. I might be wrong on that, but it was looked at as like one of those evil foods. And so I work closely, not in my own business, but in another business with a registered dietitian and a doctor whose emphasis is on culinary medicine. And so I threw that question out to them and said, what do you all think about this soy thing? And both of them said, the latest science, two things, shows that actually some of the genetically modified food can be good and sustainable, and I think it got a bad rap, and that's why I've always stayed away from it. And the other thing is with soy, from the isoflavones and the phytates, you'd have to almost drink like 2 gallons of soy milk to have any negative effects from those things, from those phytocompounds from the soy. So it's like with everything in moderation. I mean, if you're somebody who is eating and sitting down to a breakfast of soy fake meat sausages and cereal with soy milk and soy milk in your coffee, and then you have moist soy products at lunch, and then you have soy ice cream with something else, soy fake meat products, that's probably overkill. And some edamame hummus, of course. But I think in moderation, I probably eat tofu or tempeh once a week to once every 2 weeks. And from what I know, it's not problematic. And I still haven't gotten that whole thing about the GMOs out of my brain. So I just tend to buy the sprouted organic soy, and anything that's organic cannot be genetically modified.
Okay. And Mary Lou did write in that her concern was about the estrogen-like compounds, and that it was said to promote growth of some cancer cells and impair female fertility. So I think you addressed that.
Yeah, and that's based on sort of what I remember about the science, but I will always put a stamp on it that I'm not a registered dietitian. But the latest studies I have read, and I can't cite them, are that you'd have to eat a lot to have any sort of issues with soy.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have a lot of people writing in with their favorite recipes. I guess if you want me to read off.
Yeah, read them off. It's tons of fun. And I'm going to whip one up while you talk about that. So pick some fun. I love hearing what people do with smoothies.
Yeah. Okay. So we have strawberry mango for one. Smoothies with probiotic yogurt and fruit and chia seeds. This one is banana, blueberry, spinach, pumpkin seeds, and a splash of almond milk. I love that for the Halloween holiday coming up for fall. Let's see. Just going through them all. There's a lot of questions. So the website was Love and Lemons, and if you just look it up, I mean, if you type in Love and Lemons online or on Instagram, it'll pop up. And you can follow. I like doing it on Instagram because then I know when she posts a new recipe. But you can also find it online.
I love Instagram. It's,
Do you
I was,
talk about the best milk, Leslie, almond or coconut? Or
oh, I'm all over the board. So my first thing is taste. Let me just walk you through my milk journey, my vegan, my non-dairy milk journey. And then I'm going to talk about water, and then I'm going to make a smoothie. So the non-dairy thing is when I decided to dip my toe into healthy eating was in 2009, and I had a plain blender, but I was reading all about raw vegan food. So I was making my own almond milk and straining it. And then I realized cashews have exactly the same properties as almonds. It's just almonds must have better marketing. So I started making cashew milk in my high-speed blender. I'm not sponsored by them, but I happen to have a high-speed blender right here called Vitamix. And this is, I could make it with cashews and water and a little pinch of salt and a little vanilla, maybe some cinnamon. That was fun too. Soy milk, I kind of got away from it, but I used to use that a lot. And then I was buying plain, not unsweetened. And then I realized the plain has a ton of sugar in it. And I think one of the things you can do for healthy eating is to kind of keep your sugars in check. So I'd rather get mine from a really good dessert, you know, on a Saturday, as opposed to like my everyday soy milk or my everyday smoothie. With that said, I've used both unsweetened coconut milk in the carton and also the unsweetened Thai coconut milk. What I would be careful of, but it's nuance, right? You don't drink 5 gallons of coconut milk a day, is if you're somebody who has to watch their saturated fats. Coconut milk, because it's solid at room temperature, is high in saturated fats. So just check with your medical professional to see if that's something you need to be aware of. From a flavor standpoint, so now we're in 2020. So in 2019, I started drinking unsweetened oat milk, and I'm digging it. And what I find is Jeff likes it, I like it, and I can use it in all my cooking projects, savory or sweet. So now our inventory is streamlined down to 1 milk. So that's where I've been as of today. Does that answer your question? Leslie's tour of milk.
no, it was great. And I'm also a proponent of the oat milk these days. I got on that bandwagon 6 months ago, and now I'm choosing that over almond milk. I like it better.
I've never warmed up to almond milk, but it is a taste thing for me. It's not a health thing. Yeah, and let me just show you this. This is so off topic. I'm going off script here, Catherine, real quick. I made a lemon pudding yesterday, and it said to use almond milk, and I just used my oat milk because I didn't want to buy another milk. And it's like if you like tapioca, you're like this, and the color's a little bit creepy. Looks like split pea soup or my jacket. But I used some turmeric and lemon juice and tiny bit of maple syrup in there. It's absolutely fantastic, and I think for seniors, it would actually be really, really good. It's high in omega-3 fatty acids and great for the brain. So that didn't come to light before we scheduled this, Catherine. I apologize, but I wanted to show it to you.
Oh, it looks amazing. And what was it? I missed that.
Yeah, I was just recipe testing yesterday. Yesterday was recipe testing day. So
it's a pudding.
So, yeah, so I used a cup of oat milk and a 1/4 cup of lemon juice, 1/4 cup of chia seeds, lemon zest, and a tablespoon of maple syrup. And you just whisk it together and then let it sit overnight. And then you get sort of this like really squishy, gelatinous. If you are a fan of tapioca pudding, this might be your thing. And I'll tell you, this is so lemony. And I would say for me, this is probably 4 servings because a little goes a long way, and you can put some like blueberries or raspberries with it. So this would also be good for a caregiver because it's a no cook item. So they could stir it together, put it together, put it in the fridge overnight, and really high in fiber. But I think people can pass chia seeds that are cooked like this really easily. So, and high in protein.
And I will say there was a question that came through saying that, smoothies are great, but they can't always get residents to eat smoothies or drink smoothies. They don't always like them. This may be a really great alternative to also get that fiber, those nutrients, in a different consistency and a different type of dish.
Definitely. So let me whip up this last smoothie, because one of the things we do at home care in the in-person cooking classes is I teach 2 to 3 smoothies every class, depending on the time of year. So we do pumpkin pie smoothie and all that, but I've been able to figure out the finesse that I think most people will like them. And the way I test out the flavor part of it is bacon and ketchup. Jeff, the guy I live with, my husband, he comes down the kitchen. I'm like, hey, you want to try a raspberry vanilla smoothie? And I give it to him and he drinks it. And he's like, but that was great. And then the next day he comes in the kitchen, said, hey, I want to make that smoothie. What's in it? And I said, well, go grab the frozen cauliflower and the cabbage. And he looks at me and he would have thought I had kicked his dog or something. And I'm like, Jeff, I'm trying to keep you healthy. But the point is we make it taste like raspberry and vanilla, but we use a lot of really good ingredients. So I just put in blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, and make this your smoothie go-to. This is frozen cauliflower. If you have the frozen rice stuff, it works fine too. I just happen to have the florets, or you can cut up a head of cauliflower. And then I had some zucchini left over from making zucchini noodles. And see, it's white, it's neutral, it's Switzerland of flavors. We're gonna pop that in there. And then I'm gonna take a little bit of raw cabbage. So I have multi-uses for my raw cabbage. You can also roast this like Brussels sprouts. So again, think outside the box. I'm gonna put that in. And so I've got 3 different berries, 3 different vegetables. Now I'm gonna add protein powder for those people who have a hard time getting protein, or you could use chia seeds, or you could use flax. I'm gonna go with a protein powder. For diabetic friendly smoothies, and we get that sometimes, I am gonna use some stevia drop. But if you have somebody who's maybe not looking for low sugar, you could do a ripe banana, a date, maybe some maple syrup, but I'm gonna use stevia drops in this case. And you can get these in almost every grocery store. And one of the things I forgot to mention is my other, when I do recipes, when I write them for home care or most people, I use ingredients that you can find in almost every grocery store because it's important to make it not so esoteric that somebody's not gonna make it. Now, because I have that protein powder, I find that water works really well with this smoothie. And then I told you I was a pastry chef, right? I always have a bottle of vanilla sitting around. It's not a requirement, but I add it in. And then if your client or you are not salt sensitive, a pinch of salt. Why? Because it pops the flavor of the berries and vanilla. It does not pop the cabbage. I don't know why. It just doesn't. All right. Okay, we have this beautiful purple smoothie. So bacon and ketchup, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, would you like a multi-berry smoothie? Sure. Here you go. This actually makes 2 this recipe. It's unicorn color. No, it's Happy World Alzheimer's Day color. Oh, this is great. I mean, it's really berry forward. If you want peanut butter and jelly, put a tablespoon of peanut butter in, and then you get that flavor.
What protein powder are you using? We have a question.
I answer that as it depends, because I used a whey one today, which means it's made from the whey protein, but I've used everything from pea protein, hemp protein, pumpkin seed protein, even plain yogurt works well too for high protein, especially the Greek yogurts. It's just kind of what you have around, what you're comfortable with. There's no right or wrong. For me, it comes down to taste.
Okay. Well, I love that it's purple.
Isn't that great?
Raising awareness for World Alzheimer's Day in a smoothie. I love it.
Well, yes, exactly.
Are there any other questions from the group coming through? Let's see. We have Leslie for 2 more minutes. And then you said, so if they, are looking for a substitute for protein powder, you mentioned Greek yogurt. Are there other good sources of protein that they could put in a smoothie?
Greek yogurt, wonderful. Flaxseed, even a handful of canned garbanzo beans. Think about it. They don't have a lot of flavor. They maybe have a little bit of sodium, so I'd leave the salt out. But if you puree them in, you could use the other half of a can for something else. And that's a great, easy protein source.
Something you'd never think of, or right. Something I would never think of.
Actually, I went to do a demonstration, and I was making a quinoa garbanzo bean salad, and I went to make the smoothie, and I'd forgotten the protein powder. So you're only as good as your recovery, right? I'm like, oh, we'll just use the garbanzo beans and work that in. And lo and behold, the smoothie was awesome. So that's how we came up with that.
I love it. All right, well, we're coming up to the noon hour. Is there anything else you want to share with everyone around brain health foods, recap from today?
Eat your fiber, eat your vegetables. I challenge you to get as many vegetables on your plate in fiber, and from the classic protein size, more fish, even canned fish will do you well from those omega-3s, and see how it makes you feel. So I really appreciate everybody coming on here today. I'm reachable. Instagram is @FoodSenseNow, so you can shoot me a question through that if you'd like.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Leslie. That was really, really fun. I learned some new recipes. I think everyone else did as well. And yeah, appreciate you coming on. And if you guys have any additional questions, what was your email address one more time?
My Instagram is @FoodSenseNow.
Oh, @FoodSenseNow. Perfect. I need to follow you.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Well, great. Thanks, Leslie. Have a good day. Bye. All right, everyone. So we are going to take a brief intermission for about 15 minutes. Dr. Isaacson will be joining us at 12:15 to kick off his presentation until 1, and then we'll be closing out the day with Dr. Schatz, who will be on from 1 to 2 p.m. Pacific time. So if you have to use the restroom, grab a snack, some lunch, we will be back on. I'm just going to kind of leave this up at about 12:10, 12:15. Hi, Dr. Isaacson. Can't hear you. Maybe click your computer audio. Oh, there we go.
How's that? Okay, cool.
There
Better?
we go. Yep.
Great. I have a
Fantastic.
light shining on me. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Maybe there. Okay. Where
Here.
is that light coming from? There's like a
Is-
light on my face.
And FYI, we are live, so there are people on, just so you know.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
You're good. You're good. That's the beauty of doing a, you know, a full half day event. So speakers are on and off, and
Yeah.
you know, they get to see the behind the scenes.
Excellent. This is. I got my Starbucks. There we
Oh.
go. I got.
Good.
What else did I got my water. Let's see. That's all I got. Nothing else fun. My mask.
Good. Wear a mask. This is a
Yeah.
promo, everyone. Wear a mask. That's a
There we
cool
go.
mask.
Thank you. This is not the right way to wear the mask. But,
What's
this is
on
the
that?
Miami burrito mask.
Okay.
He's an artist from Brazil that's pretty well known in Miami. So tries to make masks happy and fun. There we go.
Yeah, no, I love that. That, you know, it's the mask is the new statement piece. You know,
Yeah.
it used to be the purse for women, or I don't know what it was for men, but now it's
Right.
the mask.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, we have about 2 minutes, and then we'll kick off. I'll give you an introduction, and then I'm going to make you the presenter,
Okay.
like we practiced. So then you'll take it away with your PowerPoint.
Cool. And I can share my screen pretty easily.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I can do that now, actually.
Yeah.
I will make you the presenter.
Okay. Great.
There we go.
Okay. I just want to shut my email real quick. Okay,
Yep.
great. Oops. And there we go.
It's such a pretty picture. I miss New York.
Yeah, New York's a little different now. A little tricky. But hopefully it will get a little more I don't know, back to normal at some point.
Yep. I was in San Francisco for the first time yesterday
Oh boy.
since
Yeah.
since COVID hit, and noticed a very similar.
Yeah.
It's sad to see a lot of the stores shuttered and the homeless problem seen, and
Same. It's tough. So,
yeah.
and it's so empty. It doesn't feel like the same.
Yeah.
So.
There's not that energy. I mean, New York has a lot. I used to live in New York. I mean, the energy there is unlike anywhere in the world, but the energy is definitely lacking in the city as well.
Yeah.
I
Same.
would say. All right, 12:15. Okay. Well, I'm very honored to introduce our next speaker. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Isaacson. For those of you who don't know or who haven't read his bio yet, he currently serves as director of the Neurology Residency Training Program and director of the Alzheimer's Prevention Clinic, Weill Cornell Memory Disorders Program, and director of the Neurology Residence Training Program at Weill Cornell Medical College, New York Presbyterian Hospital. Dr. Isaacson now specializes exclusively in Alzheimer's disease, risk reduction and treatment, mild cognitive impairment due to AD, and preclinical AD. His Alzheimer's research focuses on nutrition and the implementation and longitudinal assessment of dietary interventions for AD management. He's the author of 2 best-selling books geared towards patients and caregivers: The Alzheimer's Treatment and Alzheimer's Prevention, a Patient and Family Guide, and most recently, The Alzheimer's Diet, a step-by-step nutritional approach for memory loss, prevention, and treatment. His recent efforts have focused on the development of Alzheimer's Universe, a vast online educational portal on the disease with results published in the Journal of the Prevention of Alzheimer's Disease. He is the author of numerous publications, and his research in neurology and medical education has been presented at scientific meetings nationally and internationally. Without further ado, I will change it over to you, Dr. Isaacson, and let you take it away.
Okay, well, thanks everybody for joining us today. We have a great lineup of speakers, and we tried to confer so we don't repeat too many things, but in some ways it's good to repeat because when you get and you ask 10 different neurologists a question about Alzheimer's and Alzheimer's risk and brain health, you may get 7 to 8 different answers because the field of Alzheimer's prevention and risk reduction and overall brain health has really, the field has just literally exploded over the last decade. And, we really couldn't even use the words Alzheimer's and prevention in the same sentence up until, not that long ago. So I think that the world is changing, our field is changing. And while we certainly don't have a magic pill or, a magic, definitive way to prevent or cure Alzheimer's disease, based on the latest data, and this is, reasonably conservative data, at least 4 out of every 10 cases of Alzheimer's disease may be preventable if that person does everything right. Now, the converse of that is no, we can't really prevent Alzheimer's in everybody, but what if we can delay it? What if we can delay it by, 6 months, a year, 2 years, or 5 years? And in that duration, a blockbuster drug comes. Well, guess what? Then by making very specific medical and lifestyle changes and doing very specific things, then that person, by their own volition, was able to prevent their own Alzheimer's, and that's really the goal, and that's really where we're going. But by far, we just do not have all the answers just yet, and there is no definitive prevention. With that being said, I wanted to go through with you all kind of what our approach to Alzheimer's prevention is, and we're going to introduce a term that you may or may not have heard about before, and that's called precision medicine. And we'll talk about what precision medicine is and why I really believe that the future of Alzheimer's disease prevention is really based in precision medicine. When it comes to the multimodal interventions, believe it or not, there are so many things, like literally dozens and dozens of things that someone can potentially do to protect their brain health. In our practice, on average, patients that come to see us get an average of 21 different interventions, and that 21 interventions for Mrs. Smith is going to be quite different than maybe the 18 or maybe 25 different interventions that Mrs. Jones is going to get, because they're different. And then we have men who are different than women, and believe it or not, who knew men's brains are very different than women's brains? And a lot of our work has been funded by the Women's Alzheimer's Movement, founded by Maria Shriver. Really, if it wasn't for her and the Women's Alzheimer's Movement, I wouldn't even truly understand the differences between men's and women's brains. And sex differences are really, really crucial in our understanding. We have to figure these out, because if we lump men and women together, but their brains are different, then our data is going to be really not as high quality. So we'll talk about precision medicine, where we incorporate genetics, we incorporate a person's individual characteristics in order to put them on a precise or individualized, personalized plan. And then we're going to loop in all of the different types of multimodal interventions, the comprehensive interventions that evidence suggests that we may be able to use. The key here that we're going to talk about, and again, you can ask like 10 different neurologists, get 7 or 8 different opinions, but when I read the evidence, when I read the scientific literature, I try to make a determination on whether an intervention, a recommendation to a patient, may be able to protect their brain health. And that intervention, if I'm going to tell a patient to do that, must be low risk. And that's really one of the key tenets here, because the last thing we need to do is tell someone to do something that may reduce their risk of cognitive decline. But if it causes risk, it causes harm, and that person wasn't going to get Alzheimer's in the first place, oh boy, well, that's the worst. So the key tenet of our care is evidence-based and low risk. Then what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the results. So in our clinic, this was an idea that came about, just over a decade ago, and we started a clinic to focus on this about 7 years ago. And now we actually have published results about what are the actual results, what are the impact when we take care of a person to try to reduce their risk. before the onset of symptoms, or before the onset of symptoms severe enough to where a person is classified with dementia. So to be clear, what we're looking at is the pre-dementia phase. That includes mild cognitive impairment due to Alzheimer's, as well as precursor phases. And we'll talk about that more. I know Dr. Mobley may have covered some aspects of the stages of Alzheimer's, and I know Dr. Schatz is going to probably go into some critical things a person can do to protect their brain health, and I'll try to give an overview of that as well. But again, it's really helpful to get different people's opinions and to hear this from different sides. Super, super helpful. And we'll end on future directions, where we want to go from here. So this is just a picture of just something that maybe it looks like something futuristic, but I really believe that the future of Alzheimer's disease is prevention, and that future of Alzheimer's really is now. I believe this because things have really come to a fever pitch, where there's been an exponential explosion of evidence to suggest that we can take control of our brain health. Literally, it seems like every single day. This morning, I got a study across my desk about using a specific antidepressant medicine that may be able to, reduce a person's risk because it attacks a bad protein in the brain. And it's interesting, because I've been using this specific antidepressant for over a decade now, preferentially 15 years or so. And I don't know, my gut, as a doctor, I just use different meds, and we try different things. And after several years, I don't know, I just felt it was working better. I felt people did better. Well, a decade later, we have proof that this specific antidepressant may be beneficial against the pathology of Alzheimer's. And again, this study literally came out today. Every single week we have something new, and our care paradigm is changing frequently. The other part about this slide is, I think it's the fascination with the brain, and the brain is really critical. The brain is really what gives us, our quality of life in many ways. Our brain span, our cognitive health is super critical. But I also want to introduce a couple of different terms. And I think most of us here have heard the term longevity. Longevity is how long we live. Health span is how healthy we are during the length of time that we live. But brain span is really our cognitive faculties, how well our brain works. Can we interact with the world? Can we, truly have a meaningful interaction from a cognitive perspective, rather than just being able to walk around, being able to, feel good, not have pain on breathing, not have, slowness while walking up the stairs. So understanding the differences between longevity, how long a person lives, health span, how healthy a person is, so longevity and lifespan. Health span is different, all these different terms, and then brain span is what we're going to truly talk about. But honestly, there's a lot of overlap in the types of things that we recommend for brain health, with trying to get a person to live longer, have a less likelihood of cardiovascular disease, less likelihood of developing diabetes, less likelihood of having a stroke, an infarct, a problem with bleeding in the brain, for example, or a clot in the brain. These are all things that may have some spillover effect. But the take-home point of this lecture is specifically focused on brain health and Alzheimer's disease. So why do I talk about Alzheimer's prevention? Well, I believe that Alzheimer's prevention is critical because I've seen this in my own family. There are actually 4 people in this picture. This is a picture from Brooklyn, from Flatbush, Brooklyn, in May of 1946. And 4 of my family members developed Alzheimer's disease, and I saw this over time. And when I saw this, I noticed something, that my family member may have been acting different, but on average, it took years and years for the doctor that was treating them to acknowledge and diagnose that something was wrong. And I think this is important because it's really changed our way we think about Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's disease actually begins in the brain over 20 years before the first symptom. I think about Alzheimer's as a life course disease. For example, in this picture, this is my Uncle Bob. He's the age of 31. He's healthy. His brain looks good, no pathology, no symptoms, but there are still risk factors that actually may protect or increase his risk against Alzheimer's disease later. And in this picture, he has normal memory, no symptoms, but he's age 45 and the disease has started in his brain. This is preclinical or pre-symptomatic Alzheimer's, the first non-clinical stage. And then he has senior moments, and people say, oh, he's 66, that's just normal. But no, it's not normal. It's actually the earliest symptomatic stage of Alzheimer's, and then bam. At 72, at the age of 72, he finally gets diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease dementia, to the point where he can no longer take care of himself, to the point where his brain is shrunken. He's diagnosed at the age of 72. Real life story, real true story, 72. But the disease started in his brain at the age of 45. So why is this? It's critical because if we can understand that Alzheimer's disease is a multi-decade disease, and if we can intervene even before the disease starts, in his 20s and 30s and 40s, for example, that's when we can make, in my opinion, in my belief, the greatest impact. So let's talk about some statistics. I think a lot of people think of Alzheimer's disease, dementia specifically, as an older person's disease. And honestly, that's true. Alzheimer's dementia is more common, especially age is the #1 risk factor. If you're aged 85 and above, you actually have a 45% chance of having Alzheimer's. That means the disease started in the brain between the ages of 55 and 65. So that's a disease of the middle-aged. But even if you take a further step back, at the age of 65, if 10% of people have Alzheimer's, that means the disease first started at the age of 35 to 45. This is a younger person's disease, and I didn't learn this in medical school. So a healthy brain on your left is full. A more severe Alzheimer's brain makes a brain shrink over time. And it's our goal to try to use very specific evidence-based interventions to delay brain shrinkage, retain cognitive function, and truly delay brain aging. And how do we do this? Well, we have a clinic. We have a clinic that people can come to and take insurance. It's a normal clinic, just like there's cardiology clinics. And then, a long time after the field of cardiology was founded, preventative cardiology clinics were founded, decades ago. Well, guess what? Now, in 2013, we started the first Alzheimer's prevention clinic in the United States. And in this program, like we said, it has to be evidence-based, grounded in science, as well as safe. But the key to this protocol is that it is not one size fits all. It's not a specific algorithm. Different people have different risk factors, and depending on their individual risk, we may need to tell them to do very different things. So how do we optimally individualize care? Well, we do this through a concept using precision medicine. How does the National Institutes of Health, our government, NIH, how do they define this? Well, they define this as an emerging approach for disease treatment and prevention that takes into account a person's individual variability in genes, their genetics from mom and dad, their environment, what they interact with, and their lifestyle for each individual person. So in our clinic, we talk to them. We talk to patients. We understand their family history, their medical history, what vitamins they take, what they may be deficient is, what their medical blood markers are, what their genetics are that we check, and what their cognitive function is. And based on all of these different inputs, we craft a very specific tailored plan. And we try to call this the ABCs of Alzheimer's prevention management. And the ABCs, we try to do this because we try to simplify it a little bit, because Alzheimer's prevention can be complicated. Anthropometrics is a fancier, longer word way of saying body composition. What is a person's body fat? What is a person's waist circumference? What is a person's muscle mass? As the belly size gets larger, the memory center in the brain gets smaller. Who knew? Most people aren't aware of that. The other aspect here is in women specifically, women who have abdominal obesity, visceral fat around the belly, actually have a 39% higher risk of developing dementia. Wow, that's striking. We didn't know this years ago. I never was taught this in medical school. When we look at blood biomarkers, we look at cholesterol, we look at inflammation, we look at metabolism, meaning blood sugar. What's a person's fasting blood sugar, their insulin, their hemoglobin A1C. We look at nutrition markers like omega-3 fatty acids, and we look at genetics, specifically the ApoE4 gene, and do they have a 4 variant versus a 3 versus a 2? You get one from mom, one from dad. You either get a 2, a 3, or a 4, and if you have 1 4 or 2 4s, you may be at higher risk. But more so, we don't use it to determine if a person is going to get Alzheimer's disease. We use it to personally tailor interventions. And then finally, cognition. Depending on a person's memory function, speed of processing, learning abilities, etc., we understand what a person's relative strengths and weaknesses are cognitively, and then we can intervene accordingly. You know, for the interest of time, I can't go through every single thing here, but at the end, I'm going to give you a link to a free online course for the public. We've had nearly 2 million unique visitors from all over the world that have been on this website. Again, it's free, and if you're interested in learning more, you're welcome to join and check it out. In terms of what a risk factor is, it's something that increases your risk of Alzheimer's, and age is the #1 risk factor for Alzheimer's disease. The older you are, the more likely you are to get Alzheimer's dementia. When it comes to family history, that's also an important risk factor. Past medical problems, for example, diabetes, doubles your risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. That is a striking statistic. When it comes to modifiable, and again, Dr. Schatz will be talking about this a little bit, and I think you've already heard some stuff from Dr. Mobley about stress mitigation and other interventions. But the things you can change that can reduce your risk in many cases is your dietary patterns, what you eat. Physical exercise, how active are you? Is walking enough? Well, I don't know about that. Walking's certainly better than nothing, and walking may be reasonable to maintain some degree of cognitive function, but to truly reverse or to mitigate or to something more substantial in our practice, we really advocate for a reasonable amount of physical exercise, at least 180 to 210 minutes a week, mixing it up between cardiovascular and strength training, depending on the person's individual weaknesses. So again, we personalize everything. We personalize dietary patterns. We give specific exercise plans. We tell people to stay cognitively engaged. We have people focus on their sleep, give people a sense of purpose in life, musical activity, social engagement, and stress reduction. All of these things are critical. And by far, among the most critical pieces, aside from honestly, actually all of these are pretty important, but CV risk, which stands for cardiovascular disease risk. So the things on the bottom right of your screen include blood pressure control, and especially using certain medications, certain blood pressure meds like angiotensin receptor blockers, big words, but ARBs may be preferentially effective based on a recent study. Cholesterol management and diabetes. These are things that are critical, as well as stopping smoking. These are things that absolutely can impact the person's cognitive risk. And again, if you want to learn more about this, you can jot down the website. I'll repeat this at the end too, but alzu.org. It's a totally free website. It has coursework for doctors, for the public, for high school students, college students, med students. We try to have a one-stop shop, and it's completely free, totally unbiased, totally academically reviewed. Alzheimer's Universe, alzu.org. And when it comes to multimodal interventions, again, I wish we could just give you a magic pill and prevent Alzheimer's. That's just ain't going to happen, not just yet anyway, and I really hope and pray that it does. But in the next 5 to 7 minutes, I'll try to give you an overview, real high yield, high level overview of some things we recommend. We'll do a little bit more focus on nutrition for this talk, and then we'll transition and wrap up to make sure that we have at least 10 or 15 minutes to take some questions from the audience. So when it comes to nutrition and Alzheimer's, this is one of the areas I've really focused a lot about. This has just truly been an exponential growth of clinical trial evidence. I remember when we started the clinic, we put the slide together, and back in 2013, we were so excited that there were 44 articles with the terms Alzheimer's and diet in the title. 44, good job, we're making lots of progress. I mean, now we've completely lost count. It's been a total just evolution in this field, and just within the last 7 to 10 years, it's just really continued. Also, the therapeutic effects of nutrition are not just limited to brain health and Alzheimer's disease and cognitive prevention, loss of cognitive function prevention, but you can also have significant improvements in blood pressure, insulin resistance, body weight, and this ties into this concept that I talked about in the beginning of lifespan, health span in line with brain span. When it comes to nutritional interventions, I could talk for hours just about this slide, but by far the Mediterranean style diet has the most evidence. Omega-3 fatty acids are critical, but it may depend on the specific type, and also different people with different genes may respond preferentially. B-complex vitamins, some people need them, other people don't. We'll talk about the precision medicine, individualization aspect, but honestly, the list goes on and on. When it comes to the Mediterranean style diet, I'm sure you're aware, but plant-derived foods and fresh fruit should be the primary source of carbohydrates. Extra virgin olive oil should be the primary source of fat, along with fatty fish. Fatty fish and lean poultry should also be the primary source of protein. And the key here is fatty fish, lake trout, mackerel, herring, albacore tuna, wild salmon, sardines especially, and wild salmon have just some really plentiful sources. Yes, there are omega-3 supplements, but if we can get them from real food, then that would be, honestly, the goal. Red meat in low amounts, grass-fed is better, has more omega-3s. Low-fat yogurt, especially grass-fed yogurt, can have some more fat because, again, has good grass-fed yogurt, has more omega-3s. And wine in low amounts. And I think the jury's out exactly, but 1 or 2 drinks a day max. Honestly, I think 4 to 7 drinks, probably 4 to 7, 4 to 6 maybe, is probably the sweet spot. And red wine may be better, but there's just a lot of confusion in this area. When it comes to the diet, a Western style diet versus a brain healthy diet, when you actually randomize people to the 2 constructs, this isn't even something that's going to take years and years. This study showed that there was memory improvement in just 8 weeks. So you are what you eat when it comes to brain health, and the rapid effects are striking. This is a study from Dr. Robert Krikorian. Dr. Schatz will be on later. I believe she's in the same department or same school, at least, University of Cincinnati School of Medicine. And honestly, Dr. Krikorian is a small study, but he showed that in just 6 weeks of using a high versus very low carbohydrate diet, and this is something that you don't want to start without talking to your doctor first, and something that you don't want to start if you have diabetes because it's complicated. But a diet that induces ketosis can improve memory, induce weight loss, reduce waist circumference, improve blood sugar, all things that are important with both brain span, health span, as well as lifespan. When it comes to fish oil, this is a confusing topic. Different fish oil is created differently. There's actually prescription versions of fish oil, truly known as omega-3 fatty acids, that are standardized and maybe the best version. But there are some supplement versions over the counter that have been tested and are pretty reliable. But if they've been sitting on the shelf for months and years, well, they're probably not so pure anymore, and they can break down. They can also preferentially work depending on if you have a specific gene, and people with the ApoE4 variant, 25% of the population has at least one ApoE variant, and honestly, you're probably going to need a lot more, at least 2 grams. So talk to your doctor and review this. Really important. It's not something I would recommend just to go and take, but it's a really important thing to think about and talk to your doctor about. When it comes to B vitamins, I really believe that people that have even no or minimal memory loss, as well as an elevated blood level of something called homocysteine, this is just something that's pretty safe, pretty inexpensive, and B complex vitamins has been studied in several randomized trials showing less brain shrinkage as well as improved memory performance, but only in people that have elevated homocysteine and only in people that have adequate levels of omega-3 fatty acids in their blood. So the take-home point here is, again, this isn't a one-size-fits-all where everyone should be taking B vitamins, but this is a precision individualized approach. Wake up and smell the coffee. That means there's 5 minutes left. Get ready for some questions. But coffee, yes, coffee is probably brain protective earlier in the day so as not to mess up sleep and wake cycles. When it comes to flavonoids, antioxidants, Nurse's Health study came out years and years ago now that showed that people that have a regular intake of blueberries and strawberries, a half a cup 2 to 3 times a week, it's not one magic blueberry, can delay cognitive decline for over 2 years. Okay, this is again a lifetime eating of regular blueberries and strawberries, half a cup 2 to 3 times a week, I believe may truly have a lot of benefit. When it comes to dark cocoa powder, we're not saying a dark chocolate bar with sugar and butter and more sugar and butter. Dark cocoa powder has been shown to help patients that have had a history of a heart attack not only improve their memory, but also blood pressure control and insulin resistance. Amyloid, you may have heard about amyloid. Amyloid is the bad protein that gets gunked up in a person's brain when they have Alzheimer's. Well, what's the one thing we can do today? The one thing to reduce amyloid in the brain right now, and that's exercise. The number one thing a person can do. We don't have any anti-amyloid drugs on the market yet. We have our drugs that are being reviewed by the FDA and more under trial. But if you want to reduce amyloid in your brain right now, exercise, exercise, and exercise. Talk to a doctor and get on our exercise program that's right for you. Keeping the brain engaged, even learning how to play a musical instrument late in life is something that can improve brain function. So of course I joined a rock band. We're called the Regenerates, not the Degenerates, we're the Regenerates. And we have a bunch of neuroscientists and anesthesiologists and a bunch of good people playing music, keeping our brains active and our social engagement active too. When it comes to stress, I know you've heard about this earlier, but worry or rumination is just about the worst type of stress. All stress is not created equal. Repetitive negative thinking is actually specifically tied in a recent study to the amount of amyloid and tau, the bad proteins that get gunked up in the brain of Alzheimer's. So do something about it. Talk to someone, compensatory mechanisms, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, mindfulness-based stress reduction, transcendental meditation, whatever it is that suits you, think about stress reduction. Social interaction. I'm telling you, if you Google stuff, there's a lot of stuff on the internet and you can find it. More Facebook friends, bigger brains. Nowadays, social networking, who knows? There's a lot of weird stuff on there and it can make you angry. But the key here is, honestly, just if you don't use it, you lose it. Stay engaged, whether it's online, especially during this pandemic, during COVID time. The next several months are still going to be pretty tough, I'm sure. I think we just need to stay engaged. Call your friends. Do as much as you can with social distancing. Wear the mask. I got my mask right over here. New York got hit very, very, very hard. So we're kind of ingrained in this stuff. But when in doubt, please, get out there and socialize when you can, or at minimum on the phone or through a video conference. So the take-home point in the last few minutes is that personalized approaches with prevention and treatment is really the key. We wrote our first paper on this just about a decade ago, looking at how different people with different genes may respond differently to different nutritional or interventions or drugs. And again, the perfect prevention or cure for Alzheimer's, unfortunately, is not going to be a one magic pill that's going to work for everybody. I wish it's that simple, but I just don't see that happening in the next 5 to 10 years, like at all, unfortunately. But it's going to be an individualized recipe, an individualized plan for each person to reduce their own risk and protect themselves. And this is grounded with personalized approaches and precision medicine. We've written a lot of papers on this. Feel free to check them out. Different people that have different ApoEs, if they have a 4 or not, for example, you're going to get a different kind of recipe that we're going to give you in the clinic. And we've published in a variety of papers. In 2018, we published a roadmap. Honestly, if you want to see everything you need to know in one slide about how to reduce your risk for Alzheimer's using precision medicine, hey, here it is. Easy, right? Easy peasy. Not exactly. If this, then this. This is a complicated web of interwoven decisions that need to be really managed by a healthcare provider, in my opinion, at this time. So I wish it was simple, but again, go on that website, learn more. But right now, to truly have the best outcomes, we do this in a clinic setting. And in our program, we published the results late last year. We were very excited, got in a good journal, got covered by the Wall Street Journal. That's good, but I still think there's more communication that needs to be done, that this type of care actually can move the needle. So I'm glad and I'm thankful for you guys inviting me today to talk about this. And if anyone is listening and buys into this, tell your friends, tell your family, share the website, whatever else it is, get people to get engaged with their brain health. So with that, I can again talk about this study that we conducted, but for hours. But at 18 months, I want you to know that it is possible. If you have no symptoms at all, whether you follow greater than 60% or less than 60% of our recommendations, that was the cutoff that we decided on, people can improve their brain health and have better cognitive function, even though they're 18 months older. The two lines that I want to call your attention to are this dashed blue line versus the dashed green line. Those are the mild cognitive impairment due to Alzheimer's. These are people that had amyloid in their brain, but had only mild symptoms before they had dementia. And the blue line of people, it took them longer to respond because they already had symptoms. They were further along in the pathology of Alzheimer's. But at 18 months, this is why our study made this Wall Street Journal and made a lot of waves, because at 18 months, people with mild cognitive impairment actually improved. And currently there are no drugs. There are no FDA-approved drugs for mild cognitive impairment, but this multimodal individualized approach actually moved the needle, as opposed to the people with mild cognitive impairment that did not follow greater than 60% of the recommendations. That's the green dotted line going down. Those people continue to decline. And again, this is complicated. This was not a randomized study. It was a study that used controls that were in the category of natural history controls. This was, I don't want to get too detailed, but a comparative effectiveness study, complicated. It's not a perfect study, but what we showed is in a real world clinic, people can actually do better as long as they follow the instructions. So in terms of results, this was the first clinical trial showing that individualized Alzheimer's risk factor management can improve, not even maintain, but actually improve cognitive function related to Alzheimer's pathology. And when we looked at the other secondary analyses, we were able to show reductions in a person's calculated Alzheimer's and cardiovascular disease risk scores. And honestly, also a lot of the blood markers, cholesterol, et cetera, improved too. So in conclusion, I really believe that there's more hope now for Alzheimer's than ever. Again, we don't have a magic bullet. We don't have a magic pill. We can't definitively prevent Alzheimer's in all cases, but I would say at least 40, 50, I don't know, honestly, probably up to 60% of cases, I think we can really make a really tangible benefit that can not just help people, but also help our healthcare system. Until that blockbuster drugs, comes, why wait? Start now. So hopefully you learned something today that you can take back, talk to your doctor about, and implement in your life. And if you want to learn more, come to a free course. Again, nothing to sell, totally free, 100% free, and it's for you there to take a deeper dive. Online course, free at any time. With that, I will conclude. Just a minute or two over. Sorry about that. And I'm happy to take questions. Oh, you're on mute. Sorry. Maybe I muted you.
Oh, no, it's me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
I was saying thank you so much, Dr. Isaacson. That was extremely insightful, interesting. I for sure learned a number of things that I wrote down. And this Alzheimer's universe is amazing. This looks like an excellent resource. So I highly recommend everyone checking it out. There are a lot of questions coming through, so I'll start going down the list. The first question is, where is the Alzheimer's prevention clinic, and what is the cost for an assessment? I'm not sure how it works. Maybe you can speak to that.
Sure. So the Alzheimer's Prevention Clinic is in New York City. It was founded in 2013. In 2016, we expanded to Puerto Rico, and that was awesome until Hurricane Maria hit, and that devastated the island, and the clinic unfortunately got hit pretty hard. Only 106 patients went in it, and then it got hit pretty hard. Our clinic is in New York City and Manhattan. Due to COVID, as I'm sure you can understand, it's also had a pretty tough effect on us as well as other programs, and we had some staff cuts, and you know how this sort of thing works. But we have a pretty long waiting list. But we are in New York. We take insurance. We, it's not like you pay for this, write a check or something like that. We take insurance. As long as we take your insurance, you can schedule an appointment. But unfortunately, right now the waiting list is pretty long because our staffing cuts have been pretty tricky. But we're trying to claw our way back out of the pandemic insanity. We lost a lot of money with stuff, and I'm not going to lament, and I'll talk to my therapist about that, not you guys. But we'll hopefully be off the ground running again one day as our funding gets back up to speed.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your transparency on that. It sounds like a wonderful clinic once you're back up and running, and absolutely something I would love to check out myself if I'm ever in New York.
Sure.
One thing you mentioned at the beginning when you talked about, Uncle Bob and people showing, having basically Alzheimer's develop 20 years before symptoms are even showing. I mean, should we be getting tested now? Is it a matter of scheduling an appointment with a neurologist and a scan? I mean, does insurance even cover something like that? What do you recommend there?
Yeah, this is tricky because our medical system is not really well set up for healthy care. Our medical system is really set up for sick people. So when you get sick, you go to the doctor rather than you try to prevent things like diabetes and heart attacks and Alzheimer's. So our healthcare system is a little messed up in that way. So there's not really like a definitive perfect way to come to see a doctor and get a test, because there's a lot of confusion about different types of tests. But when in doubt, talk to your primary care doctor. Talk to primary care doctor about the modifiable risk factors. If you do go to a neurologist, most neurologists, I would still say most neurologists are not super aware of what we do. In 2013, 99% of neurologists weren't aware, but I would say maybe 50 to 60% of neurologists don't maybe understand exactly the approach. I think we've made a lot of progress, but you can, call and find out, if there's a memory center or someone that, has published in this area. There's a variety of clinics, around the country that do some of this stuff. There's a program, for example, in LA in Santa Monica at St. John's Medical Center. There's one in Alabama at the University of Alabama. They have a program there. So, there are, programs and little buckets in different places. But when in doubt, start with a primary care doctor. There are some screening tests like a mini mental test or a MOCA. Those are not really the perfect test for people, but if you're having some symptoms, then I would minimum any doctor can do a screening test. And if the screening test shows something concerning, you miss more than a few points, then getting full neuropsychological testing is key. That's only paid for if you have insurance that will reimburse based on a complaint. If you have a complaint of cognitive decline, then the insurance should cover the cognitive testing, as opposed to like doing a brain scan. Sure, doing a brain baseline would be awesome, but you need a reason to order a brain MRI. So, is that covered? Well, not exactly, unless you have a headache or something like that. So these things are, this is a new field. Preventative Alzheimer's and Alzheimer's risk reduction is a new field. It's going through some of the growing pains that cardiology has gone through. Now that, there are cardiologists that do preventative cardiology, and now it's reasonably well reimbursed. So new field, growing pains for sure.
All right, thank you. And another question along those lines, when you talked about, fish oil and B12 and these different supplements, and it depends on different things, like you and I would be different probably. Again, is the provider there your primary care physician, where you would start to kind of do an assessment of those things, or who would that person be that someone would go to?
Yeah, also great question. So in theory, if the primary care, I have much empathy for primary care doctors, because they're trying to deal with, like, the heart, the lungs, the liver, the feet, like, the mental health. I mean, it's really hard to cover all of these things. So if you have a doctor that is, interested in lifestyle, there's actually lifestyle medicine doctors out there that you may potentially want to look for. There are doctors out there that focus on health and wellness rather than just sick. So I would say if you find a doctor that's in the right category, usually in primary care, family medicine, for example, you can probably be more likely to be successful in terms of getting the types of tests that you need. Also, a preventative cardiologist is honestly, I don't know, 60, 70% of what we do. The labs that we do are done by a preventative cardiology company. So, I mean, we think the same way. So finding a preventative cardiologist is another way too. But, when it comes to medicine, you have to be your own healthcare advocate. You have to navigate the system yourself. It's unfortunate, for those watching who have loved ones with dementia. I think this already. My mom, my mom is on the other side of the family, but she has a different cognitive something that we're all confused about. I mean, she has 2 sons who are doctors, and we're still having trouble navigating the system. So I think medicine is challenging. I think once you find the right doctor, you're good, but you have to advocate for yourself and learn a lot on your own too.
Well, that's good advice. Thank you. The next question, you said that, not all fish oil is created equal. Are there certain brands, or do you have a favorite brand that you would recommend? I know it can depend, but what would you suggest?
Yeah, so I have, just for full disclosure, I have nothing to disclose. I am not paid for by the fish oil companies. I've never taken a dime from any supplements. I have no bias that I'm aware of. I mean, I wish, if Hershey's was paying, I could pay my student loans back. I mean, these loans are killing me. I would love to, I mean, the fishermen, come on, you guys owe me money. I'm helping you. No, but so first of all, I have nothing to disclose. A prescription version of fish oil is by far the #1 like perfect way of making sure you get the right stuff. But people should be eating fish several times a week, at least 2 fatty fish at least 2 times a week. But I hate to say it, but a good number of patients in my practice, even when they're eating fish twice a week, their levels are still low, especially if a person has high cholesterol. So if you can't get access to a prescription version like Lovesa, Vasepa, you know, there's a couple different brands that have been studied for cardiovascular disease. Again, nothing to disclose. The 2 brands that I've had good success with, as long as the expiration date is good, is Nordic Naturals and Carlson's. Those are the 2 brands that I take one of those myself, and my patients, at least 90% of the time that they take those, things look good. You just never know how long they're out. If they're expired and they've been there for 5 years, they're going to be broken down.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. And I imagine those are available online, Amazon, Whole Foods, probably, right? Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Next question. How dangerous are brain scans?
Good question. So let's start by saying certain brain scans have no danger whatsoever, like 0. I mean, aside from getting hurt going on and off the table, right? There's other brain scans, like a CAT scan has some degree of radiation. It's a little bit. It's like multiple chest X-rays worth of radiation, or mammograms worth of radiation, whatever it is, depending on the CAT scan. But a simple, quick CAT scan is some radiation. A CAT scan with contrast, where they inject something, that can hurt kidneys in, I don't know, 2% of the cases, not a lot, or less than that. But we usually almost never recommend contrast enhanced CAT scans, so put that on the side. An MRI of the brain with no contrast is exceptionally safe. Like pregnant women can have MRIs of the brain, and it's like okay, in different depending on your trimester or whatever. But MRIs are safe. Again, if you have some contrast, there's a tiny chance it could, if your person's not well hydrated or the person has kidney issues, you can certainly have a little bit of something funny happens after the contrast, but we don't need contrast for these scans. There's something called a PET scan, a positron emission tomography, that can look at glucose levels, glucose metabolism in the brain, where you can label the amyloid in the brain. These are, again, generally safe. Order these a lot, but there's some radiation. So it just depends on what a person's definition of safety is. You can't get like 5 PET scans a year. You can't even get 3. Like you can get 1 and then get another one 18 months later. Like you can't expose yourself too much to radiation, but even flying in an airplane exposes you to radiation. So, it's one of those things.
Okay, thank you. That was really helpful. I think we have time for one more question. You said that the most carbs should come from fresh fruits and vegetables. What suggestions do you have about bread or cereal intake, realizing it's not one size fits all?
Yeah, so I'm a everything in moderation kind of guy, because that's what my mother taught me, and you gotta go with what your mother taught you. She also told me not to take out my wisdom teeth, and that was the only wrong advice my mom ever gave me, because I got teeth crowding. But anyway, long story short, again, topic for my therapist, not for you guys. My mom said everything in moderation. Like you can have a bowl of cereal. Of course, whole grain cereal and whole grain bread is better. One piece of like a sandwich taco instead of like less bread is probably better. Like I like bread though, like Italian bread. Like I like that sometimes, Sure, but Italian bread is not whole grain necessarily, but everything in moderation. Having a loaf of bread is bad. Having, Fruit Loops. Like I actually really like Fruit Loops, but I only have it when I'm staying at a hotel, and I'll have half a bowl just as a snack, and I won't eat it as a meal. Again, less is more. Look at the label. How much fiber is there? Is it whole grain, and is there sugar added? Like a lot of these cereals are like all sugar. This myth of like a nutritious breakfast of like, milk, skim milk and I don't know, Frosted Flakes. Like that's a lot of sugar. That's a lot of carbs. You're not really allowed to have more than 50 grams of added sugar a day. Like that's done in a bowl of cereal, you know, and skim milk is good, it has protein, but it also has milk sugar, right? So yeah, everything in moderation. Whole grains are way better, but yeah, less is more.
All right. Well, I agree with that. Everything in moderation. All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Isaacson. Really appreciate you joining us. Great presentation. There's, you know, lots of comments coming in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, everyone, thank you for joining us for Dr. Isaacson's part of the presentation. We're going to transition over to Dr. Schatz. So we'll see you later.
Great. Thanks so much. Take care, guys.
All right. Thanks. Bye. All right. So Dr. Schatz, I am going to, are you there, Dr. Schatz?
Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Schatz. Okay, I'm going to make you the presenter.
Okay. Right. Let me just pull up, let me just make sure I get this up here. All right. Can you see my screen?
I can't see your screen. You are the presenter, so it should be coming up. Did you click OK? Did you get a notification? Oh, there we go. Okay, fantastic.
All right. Now I can't get it back to go. Hold on. There. Okay. Is it on?
It is on. You are good to go.
All right. Okay.
Let me give you a quick introduction, though, before you get started.
Okay.
So thank you so much for joining us. This is our last speaker of the day, everyone, but certainly not the least. And this is Dr. Rona Schatz. She's the medical director of the Memory Disorders Center at the University of Cincinnati and the Bob and Sandy Hyman Chair in Research and Education of Alzheimer's Disease. She is a UCNS certified behavioral neurologist and has received numerous Alzheimer's Association awards for service and innovation. She is dedicated to the expansion of Alzheimer's Association expert services and support for everyone with a diagnosis of dementia. Dr. Schatz helped initiate a special memory clinic, Alzheimer's Association Collaborative in Detroit, and incorporates regular cognitive assessments in dementia risk factor control as part of routine primary care. Dedicated to training and inspiring the next generation of students to grow up and become behavioral neurologists, Dr. Schatz teaches as a University of Cincinnati professor and oversees the UCNS Certified Behavioral Neurology Fellowship. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Schatz. As a reminder again to everyone, please type questions in that come to you, and we will reserve the last 15 or so minutes for a Q&A with Dr. Schatz.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that introduction. And I just heard a little bit of Dr. Isaacson's presentation, so there may be some overlap here, but I hope I bring some other perspectives. To begin with, one of the things that I learned and was always intrigued by since I was a child is that some of my thoughts about trees having some kind of extra sense is actually turned out to be true. Peter Wolding wrote a book called The Hidden Life of Trees. And one of the things that he mentioned is that trees, the things that grow in forests, have memory systems. And it began me to think, it made me start to think about how these similarities of trees are to our memory system. So in our discussion today, we're going to kind of use trees as our anchor in looking at structures and understanding of how the brain is both put together and how it is maintained. So one of the very interesting things is that if we were to chart the growth of the brain and determine a formula of how it grows, it would turn out the mathematics of a brain fit a growth and connection model of a tree. The way the brain starts out with a little seed in the middle of the brain, then it lengthens into an axon, a long connection that ultimately becomes white matter. And then at its terminal ends are neurons that branch out like the tops of trees. And this is gray matter. And then throughout a lifetime, we begin to add ramifications called dendrites, which literally means little trees. Ramon and Cajal, who came up with the term dendrites, I think rightly saw the brain as a tree structure. And these dendrites, are protein connections between neurons, turn out to be the most important feature of what underlies growth, and all the biological systems that we have in our brain are kind of geared to either the production or the maintenance of these dendritic connections. So when we look at how our brain grows into this tree, what we see is that from the time we're born through adolescence and adulthood, we obtain a lot of new connections. The maximum growth happens to be at 8 months, and then perhaps, we're on a downward trend after that. But the good news is we continue to grow these connections at least through age 70, and good evidence that this continues to the day we die. This idea, though, that this growth of connections is important, it underlies the fact that one of the things we're going to see is that early learning is very key for brain health, but learning throughout our lives is going to turn out to be something that helps maintain our brain. Despite the fact that we have lots of new connections that we generate through a lifetime, we really don't grow new neurons. If we look from newborns, and you can see those bright fluorescent green nerve cells, those are brand new nerve cells. When we're a newborn, we have a whole lot of these growing. By the time we're in early adolescence, there's still some, but at age 35, we no longer make new brain cells. So this means that we have to really preserve the neurons that we have. From an evolutionary standpoint, the fact that we don't grow new nerve cells is really based on the fact that we live a long time. And if we live a long time, we want to have a way of recording our experiences and behaviors and preserve them. And if we keep on adding new nerve cells, we are kind of disrupting the circuitry that helps maintain the learned behaviors. And so that's why we have sort of a limit on how many new nerve cells we want to add. But we're going to really want to be investing a lot of our energies into keeping the ones that we already have. Now, when we look at this idea of brain connectivity, we see that there's actually a whole lot of extra linkages that we don't really need. Each neuron could make up to about 10,000 connections with other neurons. And we continue to grow these throughout our lifetime. When we are in the process of adding new material, learning new things, this neuronal growth, this connectivity is very uneven. Some nerve cells grow faster and bigger, but this will create an imbalance. And so there has to be a pruning process to limit the excess connectivity. We can see there are processes, we can see this evidence of synaptic growth and pruning in this particular diagram. In the green, you can see this is where there were some added connections. In the orange, you see connections that were pruned, and then in the pink, we see both added and reduced connections. Now, this excess of growth really allows us some resilience. So we can exactly prune the connections that we want because we have more than what we need. So this allows much more flexibility and adaptability in our use of brain connections throughout our lifetime. And as I mentioned earlier, this means that a lot of biological focus, things that we're going to talk about, the systems for brain health, are geared toward maintaining these dendrites. And the disease that causes a loss of them, Alzheimer's, is what affects dendrites. Now, how do we prune these neuronal trees, these excess of dendritic connections? We have a biological scissors, and this is called autoimmunity and inflammation. We often think of autoimmunity and inflammation as bad things, but actually it is a normal process in our brain, and it is needed for clearing dead or dying cells, and it's done with proteins called antibodies. We're actually born with antibodies, not transferred by our mothers, but these are directed against the particular set of antigens or proteins, normal proteins found in our brain. And they are activated when we want to prune and remodel the connections between cells so that we have the right information being transmitted. Now, a little bit more about how the brain is put together so we understand kind of how it falls apart. One way to also view the brain is a huge tinker toy. We have the round block representing a nerve cell and the center stick there, the axons, and that all of these then assemble together in a rudimentary structure, and we add those connections called the dendrites in these middle sections in the remaining pegs there, and we accumulate these over a lifetime that in a way that it helps to, is actually the physical basis for memory. Then all these types of connections are organized into larger groups called networks. And let's take a peek at those for a moment. Networks are connections of large functional centers with their white matter wiring and communication systems. And they are organized for overall for particular kinds of functions. So we have, first of all, what I call the know what network or default network, which helps us process incoming sensory information, making sense of it, and then taking real lived experiences, putting it into a personal diary we call episodic memory that gives us our sense of self. And this particular network is uniquely vulnerable to Alzheimer's disease. And so all the symptoms of Alzheimer's reflect the fact that this network is specialized for these particular functions. So if we have a network that kind of is sensory in nature, you might guess we must have one in motor in nature. And indeed we do. And I call that the know-how network. This network gives us a mental space called working memory, in which we can pull in all the information we need to either do a thinking kind of task or an actual physical task. And it is helped by the addition of certain kinds of emotions in terms of things like reward or effort and motivation. And because doing things requires some coordinates in the real world, It is also heavily dependent on visual and spatial processing. This network is uniquely vulnerable to Lewy body Parkinson's disease. And then finally, we have a network we call the salience network, or the Know-When network. This is the network that helps us determine when it's the right, determine what is the right thing and when to do it. And it helps us limit the things that we want to say or do and make sure they're appropriate, either aligned with the personal goals that we have, or they're based on societal and cultural norms that tell us what we should do. And this network is affected by a group of disorders called frontotemporal dementias and mostly presents with behavior changes. Now, networks are great for coordinating activity, but they also make it very vulnerable to having a change that marches cell to cell. And that is the basis of neurodegeneration, neurons that wire together, fire together, tire together, and expire together. So this type of connectivity is actually making it easier for pathological changes to find a pathway and go and knock out centers one at a time. Now, what are the things that cause us to have cognitive decline over a lifetime? Well, it turns out it's not age alone. It is neurodegenerative change. There was a study called The Old is Old, and in this study, they followed people 85 years plus for at least 16 years with annual cognitive testing. And what they found is if there was no decline in cognition, there was no pathology that they found in the brain. However, if there was decline, there was always some kind of pathological change. So what this tells us is we shouldn't have to expect that we have memory problems or changes in thinking as we get older. There is something behind it. Now, what is behind those changes? Well, it turns out that it is predominantly Alzheimer's pathology. When we look at this graph, in which on the left-hand side, there's what they call the clinical dementia rating scale that tells higher scores are bad, and the number of years of time passed on the other part of the graph. What we see is over time, people whose scores tended to go up, meaning their disability and cognitive impairments increased, mostly had Alzheimer's disease, whether Alzheimer's disease alone or the addition of Lewy body or vascular change. Lewy body pathology alone caused a more intermediate rate of decline, and vascular pathology alone contributed least to the rate of progression. There was hardly any at all. So what we understand now is vascular disease doesn't cause its own dementia for the most part, but it is permissive for neurodegenerative changes to occur. And that's going to be important when we talk about brain health. The other thing to know in terms of all these changes in the brain is that for any cognitive disorder, there are multiple pathologies existing at the same time. Amyloid plaques, Lewy bodies, tau tangles, something called TDP43, all the vascular changes. 80% of the time, autopsies will show, even if there's somebody who we call Alzheimer's, they will have a degree of all these other things present. Now, however, when we look at what explains, what predicts most robustly the incidence of a dementia, and we look at all the neurodegenerative pathologies, we find that in total, they contribute less to the risk of dementia than non-neurodegenerative factors. 55% of the time, we have other contributing factors, and we'll see they're mostly in the vascular range, saying to us that dementia may be preventable or at least modifiable. This gives us a sense that there's something we can do, not just that everything is inevitable. So now we view dementia as really a chronic disease. We traditionally been kind of focused at a clinical diagnosis stage when people have symptoms. But what we really want to do is kind of go much further in much earlier in life and look at all the factors that we can that help prevent getting to a state of any cognitive change. So let's take a moment and think about the main pathology of Alzheimer's disease, which is amyloid protein. What we know is there are some people who have cognitive impairment who don't have amyloid. And why don't they? And then we know that there are people who have amyloid protein. Why do they? And why are there people with amyloid who are cognitively normal? What we're really looking at here is not just the mere presence of a pathological protein or its absence, but how our brains end up coping either with the pathology or avoiding pathology. Or in other words, how are people resistant to developing Alzheimer's disease? And if they do have it, how can they be resilient and continue to function even in the presence of the disease? And that's what brain health is about: resistance factors and resilience factors. So here's an example of how this would work. We know that one resistant factor is sleep. Sleep disorders, sleep itself is protective against the buildup of amyloid. We'll see that sleep disorders prevent a particular brainwashing function of the brain. Whereas intellectual enrichment helps with resilience, so that if you have Alzheimer's disease present, you are much less likely to have symptoms, at least early, because you have a redundancy or a reserve of nerve cells that are still capable of functioning, even if others are lost. When we look then at this idea of a network, we can kind of identify things that are destructive in nature and things that are constructive in nature. And these are the factors that either will confer resilience or resistance. All the things that are destructive, we're going to kind of take in turn here, and also all the things that are constructive. One very important unifying theme of every disorder that is destructive is that it contributes to inflammation. Inflammation, sort of the bad word. Amyloid, it turns out, is an ancient immune protein. It's one of those biological scissors, and it becomes activated in the presence of inflammation. Now, inflammation has a good role in the brain. As we said, it helps with pruning the connections so that we have exactly the right connections. It also clears diseased nerve cells, but it can be triggered by a lot of environmental stimuli, and this is when there happens to be a lot of negative affective inflammation. We know that in midlife, there are a number of factors that increase that cause inflammation, and these are the ones that ultimately will lead to Alzheimer's disease. There are in certain infections, autoimmune diseases, high body mass index, blood flow issues related to vascular disease, high blood sugar. And it turns out that aging alone does cause an increased tendency for inflammation. And so in that way, aging contributes to cognitive impairment. What we now know too is that when we're looking at dementia prevention or brain health, it requires a multi-domain intervention. We can't just focus on one thing. We have to focus on the whole package. There are a couple of worldwide studies looking at these multi-domain interventions. The original one is called FINGER, and the US has what's called POINTER. I think it's pretty funny the way they've determined these names. Well, let's take a look now at things that contribute to brain health. There are some fixed things in a sense. These are genetics, and heredity definitely plays a role. About 70 to 80% of Alzheimer's disease appears to have a heritable kind of origin, but these are merely risk factors, and by themselves they don't cause the disease, but they certainly set up a situation where we're more vulnerable. And if we take a look at these particular ones that I pulled out, you begin to see some themes about what these genetic risk factors are doing. ApoE4 and ABCA7, for example, increase amyloid, but then there's a protective factor clusterin, which tends to reduce amyloid. Then we have on the right hand, on the other side, DSG2 and the EFA, and those, DSG2 and FIRM-T2 that increase inflammation, and then one that is protective, EPHA. So we get the sense that there are different pathways to getting Alzheimer's disease, and it's not just the idea that we have a gene, but if we kind of can get to precision genetic diagnostics, we'll know which interventions we really need to target, things that reduce amyloid or things that reduce inflammation, for example. We also know family history plays a role, particularly if parents had their disease onset before age 70 or 80. When we look at traditional genetic risk factors, we see that it doesn't explain this familial association. But then when we look at what runs in families, when we see this pattern of inheritance from one member to the other, we see that there's a lot of contributions from things that we would consider vascular: low blood flow, small vessel disease, microbleeds, structural brain changes, white matter and loss of white matter integrity. These will then later lead to amyloid and tau buildup. So there are some things that we know that kind of come from a vascular risk, not just an amyloid and inflammatory risk, that contributes to the risk. As I alluded to early, one of the main protective factors is building a really robust and connected network from the get-go, which means early education. And in fact, based on the Framingham Heart Study, the dementia incidence declined 20% per decade since the 1970s. And this occurred only in people who had at least a 12-year education. So this is suggesting that education has some protection. It is maybe biological in that it builds up that brain connectivity that we talked about, or that it's creating a redundancy of connections. So we have what's called a reserve to help us function when we're losing some brain cells. But it also may have some social effect. The more education you have, you take a different path in life with different educations, live in different neighborhoods, maybe have less stress and more money for access to better nutrition, healthcare, and social networks. It also will influence maybe your lack of use of drugs and alcohol. But in any case, we know education is essential. So one of the things we want to do is make sure we get that good early education. Even if we miss out on that, enrichment throughout our lives is really important. It will create more gray matter, nerve cell size, and dendritic spine expansion. And it is really important that this type of enrichment is things that are novel. What we find is that human brains respond uniquely to things that are different in our environment. So it's not just about doing Sudoku all the time, but changing up those games, not just reading a book, but having different kinds of book and literature to expose yourself to. We know that the enrichment actually is enhanced in a social situation. So don't just read the book by yourself, find a book group, and that socialization actually enhances the effect of any learning and brain increase from reading itself. We also know that we have more enrichment as we get older. And the idea of a reserve is that there's a certain maximum we get to in terms of how much it'll increase our brain size. But the longer that we keep our lives enriched, the longer we will maintain those brain changes after enrichment stops. Taking a look at what influences brain health is a real interesting risk score for dementia called the CATIE risk score. And if you take a look at the items here that increase your risk for Alzheimer's disease, Notice there is nothing here about amyloid or genetics. We have a few fixed things like age and sex, and then education, which is a variable point. But look at the last three. These are traditionally vascular factors: lipid, total lipid, BMI, and systolic blood pressure. So this is saying, and was a hint really early on, that vascular factors play a role in Alzheimer's disease. And in fact, now we know why. We know that problems that occur in the bloodstream or in anything to do with circulation, whether it's atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease or atrial fibrillation or white matter disease or something called amyloid angiopathy, they are creating a situation where there's damage in the central nervous system. This will increase the production of amyloid, that immune protein that is going to start to accumulate because of the fact that it's activated in the presence of inflammation. And then if there are other factors that reduce amyloid clearance, some of them being sleep apnea, we'll see, or some genetic risk factors for clearance, we begin to see the formation of plaques. So vascular changes directly lead to Alzheimer's disease. And in fact, we know that the KD scores greater than 8 increase your risk of Alzheimer's disease. And this is associated with white matter hyperintensities, white matter changes. And we know that's the first place we see amyloid start to build up. So here's sort of a direct connection between vascular factors and the risk of Alzheimer's disease. The time that we really want to pay attention to these vascular factors is midlife. We know that high blood pressure in midlife, when it's elevated and persistent into late life, or low blood pressure in late life, all have an association with Alzheimer's. On the other hand, if we can control blood pressure and keep it less than 120 over 120 systolic, we can reduce mild cognitive impairment by about 1/5. And we can reduce dementia by about 15%, and it's associated with less white matter lesions. That, again, that connection between Alzheimer's and white matter change. We know elevated blood sugar, even a pre-diabetes range, increases the risk for dementia, and any inflammation. So C-reactive protein, that will be measured perhaps looking for cardiovascular risk, we know that high levels are going to associate with dementia 25 years later, and even are more likely a risk factor. Again, kind of talking about inflammation being that factor that leads to Alzheimer's disease. So we want to target vascular interventions to prevent Alzheimer's. Now we look at effects of certain kinds of medications. There's a whole group of medications that, as part of their pharmacology, they lower acetylcholine levels in the brain. And these can be rated in terms of how much they lower acetylcholine. Those that are really bad are those like the PM medications and bladder medications and tricyclic antidepressants. And others have lesser degrees of this type of anticholinergic burden. We know that if you have any single drug that is rated a 3, or a total of all your drugs giving you a score of more than 4, you have a higher risk of dementia. The biggest ones to avoid are the PM ones. There's also an additive effect of the sort of heart failure cocktail, which fortunately these days is getting modified by newer drugs. And then, as I mentioned, the bladder medications. We know that this is not just a phenomenon of effect that's occurring at the time you're taking the medicine, but the accumulation of use of these medications over a lifetime will increase your risk of dementia 3 times or more. So what are things that we can do that actually help resilience? And one of these is cardiovascular fitness. It turns out that it's not so much how long, but how intense you exercise that is important. When you have high fitness levels, you get about an 88% decrease in dementia incidence, or 5 years longer to onset and 11 years older at onset. So get on that bicycle and do that high intensity training. We also know that even if you have genetic risk, this type of activity will reduce the influence of that genetic risk. So some of those genetic factors we talked about, ApoE4, ABCA7, were measured in a group of people, and actually they had many of these, not just one. And when they looked at their cardiovascular fitness, they found that those who had higher cardiovascular fitness and exercise could reduce the adverse influence of their genetic vulnerability for Alzheimer's. We know that exercise, besides reducing your risk for Alzheimer's disease, improves your memory. It reduces vascular comorbidities. And one of the ways it may be protective is that it increases the store of antioxidants or anti-inflammatory proteins that naturally occur in the body. It also lowers subjective distress. It's kind of like Prozac, a much healthier Prozac, and will reduce insulin insensitivity and diabetes. So in all these ways, they're influencing kind of emotional and vascular factors, as well as sort of directly improving brain function. So we really recommend aerobic activity up to an hour a day, really important every day, but okay, we'll give you 2 days off for good behavior. Try to do it in the morning. When you do exercise and you do it on a clock, your body actually prepares you for it and it's less effortful. Better to do it first thing in the morning, since over age 50, actually there is a better response to exercise. And kind of look at varying up the aerobic activities. They all are complementary in what they do. I heard a little bit of Dr. Isaacson talking about food, and I just want to maybe make a couple of comments here. We know that we're all kind of, I think, attracted to processed foods. They are purposefully made and marketed so that they appeal to our sweet and fat taste buds. But it is also important that you be as aware of what are called health foods, because they may not be. There is no special and magic function to things like blueberries and pomegranate juice and dark chocolates or natural sugar or coconut oil. Mostly we want to emphasize to eat green. And we know that the increase in junk food intake and a lack of green actually increases death. So those are things we want to look out for. On the other hand, one thing in terms of a food source that seems to be particularly important is green. The MIND diet is a diet that has been studied, a mashup of Mediterranean DASH diet that really emphasizes vegetables over fruits and the benefits of certain other kinds of certain fruits, berries, over others. And this is because we've learned that these dark green vegetables have a bitter taste to them due to the presence of certain kinds of chemicals. And it turns out that our bodies have evolved to respond to these bitter things, partly because they have some survival value. Toxic things tend to be bitter. But bitter also influences the detection of fat, and our lack of ability to detect bitter actually reduces our detection of fat, and we eat more and to make up for it. So people who lack the ability to taste it tend to overeat and have obesity and increased inflammation. Tasting bitter is really important. I've often wondered, because kale is not exactly the most palatable thing, if we couldn't just take a kale pill, but it turns out that the taste of it starts a whole series of processes in the body that begin to control metabolism. It lowers blood sugar just by the taste of bitterness and increases insulin responsiveness. Chronic intake will help with weight and fat loss. It increases metabolism, reduces cholesterol, and reduces inflammatory markers in the blood. So this dark green leafy vegetable that the MIND diet recommends on a daily basis is really important. So when we look at the MIND diet and the study of it, this was a look at, I think from Rush Presbyterian, on people who followed the, were asked to follow the MIND guidelines, and they looked at adherence. The MIND guidelines, when you follow it, have 15 items, and they looked at how many people on average would follow on a weekly basis. If you followed 2.5 to 6.5 of the 15 guidelines, you actually had a high Alzheimer's risk. If you followed 7 to 8, then you had about a third reduction in Alzheimer's risk. And if you were above, you were 9 and above, you had a 53% chance in getting Alzheimer's disease. Now remember, this is the whole diet in aggregate, and even though I emphasize the dark green leafy vegetables, you need the whole thing. Another thing that has been kind of back and forth and controversial is how much alcohol should you drink? And it turns out really not much. There's only one study that we know of that looks at how much is safe, and that's from a while ago, and it suggests that only 2 drinks a week is safe. But we do know from recent studies that drinking daily or more increases the risk of dementia. And I know for a long time, drinking a glass of wine or 2 a day was recommended for heart health, but even that is coming under question. So one of the things we want to do is don't drink to your good health. Now, the question comes, can I get health in a bottle? It turns out no supplement improves symptoms or prevents dementia, but it is really a very robust and highly marketed industry to sell you these things. We've known that there have been particular trials looking at vitamin E and selenium. It did not have a positive outcome. And we now have begun to understand the fact that our bodies were never designed for big boluses of these nutrients. Our bodies evolved how to extract the nutrients we need in micro amounts from foods. And so it is really important to say we should follow the way that our body's machinery was put together in the first place. The other thing is not to understand that the body responds to an array of nutritional factors. They interact in ways that we really don't understand. But it's why a whole dietary pattern is important and not just a single item. One of the other reasons to look at eating food as opposed to taking supplements is we eat dirt. When we eat things, we are introducing germs into our body. These microbes that we acquire in our guts turn out to be very significant in not just our early life, that's important for antibodies and disease prevention when we're an infant, but it turns out that it will help shape metabolism and brain function for our entire lifetime. And we are beginning to understand that all the different diseases that affect the brain have their origins in the gut, that there are changes in microbial populations that seem to be either increasing or decreasing risk. And many of the microbes will help in fermenting fibrous materials into small chain fatty acids that are anti-inflammatory. We also know that these organisms help to shape our moods, and we know stress is a factor that increases the risk of dementia. So it's another way in which food influences our risk. And now sleep. Sleep is turning out to be essential. It is really been, we think, from an evolutionary perspective, designed for the brain. All things that interfere with sleep are going to increase the risk of dementia. And now, why is that? Well, it turns out, first of all, that each stage of sleep has a unique role in processing a different type of cognitive material, different aspects of memory, and even emotions. And this has to, this particular brain activity is what finally solidifies information and learning that we have from the day, not only into permanent ink, so that it doesn't disappear and it's there for us to use later, but it organizes it in a way that makes it easy to retrieve. Then it turns out there's a stage of sleep we call stage 3-4 or deep sleep. And in this stage, there is a brainwashing function. During the day, as we manufacture amyloid protein for the purpose of making dendrites, we accumulate a toxic byproduct of amyloid that is located just outside nerve cells. This particular piece of amyloid will accumulate into amyloid plaques if it is not discharged. So the brain has devised this waste management system. During deep sleep, all these glymphatic channels, as they're called, open up kind of like an ocean tide and allow a wave of spinal fluid to come in and flush away the waste. Once this amyloid is in the spinal fluid in the ventricles, it is then taken up through the bloodstream and eliminated through our kidneys. This particular process, which occurs during sleep, really requires that our sleep is uninterrupted. There's no other activities around, or this process won't occur. So that is why we think many sleep disorders, whether it's insomnia or your dog waking you up, or you have pain, or you have apnea, any of those are associated with increased risk of dementia. So when we look at what are the factors that can help with resistance and resilience, we come up with, first of all, choosing our parents wisely. Yeah, there's some genetic things we can't do much about, but as we get to know more about how they're influencing things, we might be more targeted in all these things that we recommend. We want to promote early learning and at least enrichment and engagement throughout our lifetime. We want to eat dirt because they help establish the types of microbial populations, the beneficial ones that help with brain function and reduce risk for Alzheimer's. We want to maintain ideal body weight so we don't develop other vascular risk factors. And I didn't talk about contact sports, but we certainly want to avoid hitting the brain and shaking up networks. And then as we get older, really important to have good sleep for the purposes of making not only robust memory for that particular day, but to avoid the accumulation of amyloid over a lifetime. And we want to avoid anticholinergic medications because of the chronic reduction in acetylcholine makes the network that helps us run the memory system dysfunctional. Then in midlife, we want to keep our blood pressures low. We want to avoid or treat diabetes, and we also want to keep cholesterol low. Actually, now it's recommended 70 or below. Certainly, we want to look out for any signs of sleep apnea or other sleep disorders if not addressed earlier, and again, maintain ideal body weight. Then we want to always be looking at creating a cognitive reserve, and that is through engaging in a wide variety of novel activities, socializing, being among others, and doing aerobic exercise. That way, we help maintain the growth of our dendritic trees, and we maintain memory just like the trees in the forest. And that is all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schatz. I'm going to bring my video up here. That was so interesting, so much great information and statistics. I learned a ton, and I think that everyone else probably did as well. Great way to wrap our conference for today. I'm going to open it up for questions. Again, if anyone has questions, you can type them into the question box. One that came through, you talked about these novel activities and that they, we should mix it up in terms of kind of exercising the brain, and especially, the component of the socialization enhances, I think, the benefits. I believe that's what you were saying. So given today's climate with COVID, thinking of all of our, seniors and senior living communities who are on lockdown, and just, elderly people and, those of us who are isolated socially during this time, what are your recommendations for some activities that they could do, and how can you bring in that social aspect when it's maybe not safe to physically be, in the same room?
That is, such the question. And I can tell you that we don't have the data yet, but here's some ideas, okay? So we do know that the physical proximity to somebody is important for certain kinds of hormones, but we do know that, and so we're going to have to research this, but having these, we're beginning to produce programming that is in small groups for people. One of the things that seems to be really helpful is music, because music can be something shared among people. And we actually have a pilot here where we're taking family, a person with Alzheimer's, their partner, a musician, a music student, and a medical student, and they meet in quartets. And we are looking at how this will be helpful and if it helps change people's sense of being so isolated. But the medium of the internet is really good for things like music. So we really suggest trying some activities that involve singing or listening or creating songs that might be shared with people across the internet. There's also, I think everyone's come up with a whole lot of other kinds of ways of pairing people, so virtual support groups, and making them actually smaller than big groups. So better to look at finding 2 or 3 people to get together, because it's hard to pay attention to the screen. That's one thing we've learned. So having just maybe 2 or 3 people in a virtual setting can be helpful. And anything outdoors is good.
Anything outdoors.
Yeah.
Great. Those are great suggestions. Another thing you mentioned, there's a question on is, avoiding contact sports. And we know the controversy around football. Given everything that what are your thoughts on that in terms of having children and, supporting whether or not they should be playing football or another contact sport?
Great. Yeah, I think there's definitely evidence that the contact sports, particularly at an early age, beginning like around upper grade school to college, that length of time with contact sports is particularly bad. And there's more negative effect on a developing brain than maybe an older brain. So I have to say right now, based on what I know, I wouldn't recommend the contact football. There's flag football. And I think for the other sports, basketball and soccer, although there's some relationship, they tend to be less severe in terms of the effects. The other thing to know is there are people more at risk or vulnerable. These would be any kid who has a pre-existing learning disability. And they often tend to go into sports because they can excel in that. And this turns out to be a bad combination. So that would be something to consider.
I've never heard that. That's really fascinating. The next question, thank you. The next question is, please comment on nuts and natural peanut butter. Is it desirable to limit the intake on these products or these foods?
Yeah, no, actually, and I didn't go into details of MIND guideline, just time issues, but MIND guideline actually promotes nuts 5 days a week, 5 portions a week, and there's it's very good natural source of vitamin E. So rather than taking a supplement, having nuts is a good thing. And there are other antioxidants. So the idea is portion size. I think a portion of nuts is like around 10 to 12. So don't eat that whole bag, just take a few.
Good advice. Okay, I'm going to butcher I know you mentioned this. Okay, so can the risk factors due to extended use of anti-cholinergic, how do you say that word?
Cholinergic.
Yeah. Can that be reversed once discontinued?
Okay, not the long-term risk issue, but certainly stopping it is going to, it's like stopping smoking. The longer you're out from having that anticholinergic exposure, the better you are. So there's an immediate benefit when you stop it because your focus and attention will be better. But if you've been taking a long time, what's chronically happened is you lowered the acetylcholine levels used to run the network that has to do with memory. So you've made that network inefficient and it hasn't been able to build itself up in a robust way. So that takes some time to recover.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you. Next question. You mentioned eating dirt. By that, do you mean the dirt we might get from eating dark greens and other plant foods?
Yes, that's what I meant. I didn't literally mean to eat dirt, but it's another plug for eating, real food, because it comes with those microbes that are healthy.
Great. Next question. Since metabolic dysfunction builds during life, are there ways to reverse it or increase function? And will it impact or reverse its effect on the cognitive fix?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of evidence that metabolic dysfunction, first of all, at the time that you have elevated blood sugars, are causing a decreased efficiency of the network that is vulnerable to Alzheimer's, the default network. We see metabolism is lower. And the idea is, over time too, is that metabolic disease creates vascular changes that add to that specific effect of lowered metabolism from high blood sugar. So the things you want to do, I am sure Dr. Isaacson touched on this, but it's that reducing your intake of processed foods and the simple carbohydrates, the white foods. So avoid white bread, white pasta, white sugar, white rice, and white potatoes, and use whole grain, dark foods and colored potatoes. In other words, sweet potatoes instead. That will, for the same amount of carbohydrate, causes less elevation in blood sugar and has more overall nutrients. So it's kind of moving your diet. And in fact, I would just, say to everybody, follow the MIND guidelines. You can look them up and there's an easy guide. It's really easy to do.
That's a great suggestion. I think we have time for one more question and then we will wrap up. The last question is taking melatonin for sleep a bad thing?
No, but my question would be, why are you needing something for sleep in the first place? So an adult should be able to fall asleep, sleep for 7 hours uninterrupted, and wake up feeling refreshed. If none of that describes you, or if some of that doesn't describe you, something's up. And you should maybe go to your doctor or a sleep specialist to identify what's going on. Maybe it's your sleep habits, okay? You don't have good sleep habits like watching TV in bed or reading in bed or that kind of thing. But you shouldn't need anything. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, that's good insight. Thank you. All right. Well, Dr. Schatz, thank you so much for your time today and for joining us. Great presentation. And yeah, thank you. It's been a great day.
My pleasure. Thank you so much again for inviting me.
You are welcome. All right. Thanks. All right. I'm going to close out here, everyone. Thank you for. All right. We'll just kind of do one last closeout. All right. Okay. So anyways, thank you, everyone. It's been a great day, and that's a wrap on Alzheimer's education and awareness. A sincere thank you to all of our incredible speakers for dedicating their time to discuss their research, their expert opinions, and arm us with the tools and knowledge needed to understand and even prevent Alzheimer's disease. I hope that everyone has learned something new today. I know that I learned a lot, that my brain hurts, and it's taken away 1 or 2 new tips or maybe more to promote brain health and overall well-being. I do want to remind everyone that this conference has been recorded, so we will be sending it out tomorrow via email. So if you registered, we have your email address. You will be getting the recording. If you'd like to reach out to me for any questions pertaining to home care assistance or any of the topics or speakers from today, feel free to do so at alz@homecareassistance.com. And you can see our website here, and our phone number I see is cut off. So I apologize. It's 866-454-8345. Again, that's 8345 at the end, sorry. Anyways, thank you again. I hope everyone has a great evening, great afternoon, and I look forward to hopefully doing this again next year. Take care.